after lockdown or whatever. So it's the regatta is just about to start. The crews for the first race, which is the Junior 18 time trial. In fact, as I speak, I think there's been a false start, but they should be on their way very shortly. So we have a number of time trials, and it's based on time. So we won't do any commentary. I'll give you a bit of an update at the 1,000-metre mark because it's not necessarily the crew that wins a particular race that's going to go through. It's all based on time. So we should be on our way shortly, and it's great to see racing starting. We're still waiting for the first race too. There's a crosswind here on the start now. These young scullers are just struggling a little bit. The starter is doing his best to help them to get them on their way. The orange light continues to flash, and the starter is advising all the crews to get their bows well into the wind and let them swing around. So they're doing their best to get straight. Hopefully we'll be on our way very shortly.
One, two. Should be there. Yeah. Oh, that's It's not working. I'm sure it's working now. One, two. Yeah. Yeah, all right, fine.
And I'm pleased to say that the first race of the day is on its way. That's time trial 1 of the men's junior 18 sculls. We have Keely of Clonmel, Bryce of Coleraine, Lydon of St. Joseph's, Conneely of St. Joseph's, Furlong of New Ross, and O'Neill of Cork.
One, two, test.
And as the scullers move away from the 250-metre mark, rowing conditions are very nice. They had struggled to get it going off the start, but there's no problem with conditions as we approach the 500-metre mark.
Okay.
And now as we come up to the 1,000-metre mark, the Clonmel scorer is rowing very nicely, going well, and he has opened up a lead on the next two scorers, which is Coleraine and Cork in lane 6.
So as they come up towards the 1500 metre mark, you'll see the Clonmel colour on the far side from Coleraine in lane 2, and on the near side here Cork, O'Neill with the two St. Joseph's colours making up the rest of the cruise there back near the umpire's launch. But out in front, well out in front, is the Clonmel scholar Keeley on the far side, lane 1. This is a time trial, so the Clonmel scholar has to push on to get the fastest time to make sure he qualifies. It's all about time, it's not about your position in the race, it's all about your time. So coming into the last 250, the Clonmel scholar well in control from Coleraine in lane 2 and Cork in lane 3, lane 6. In this race the New Ross colour in lane 5 has crashed, so there is only 5 crews. The New Ross colour hasn't gone to the start. way up towards the finish. This is Clonmel Sculler. Well out in front. Hard thing to do, push on to get a good time when you're that far ahead. But he has moved well out in control. Along in second place. It looks like the Cork Sculler now has overtaken the Coleraine Sculler in the lane 6 there nearest to us. So it's Clonmel from Cork from Coleraine.
And just to update you on the second time trial, St. Michael's has stolen the march after going through the 1,000-metre mark on the field here, followed by Neptune and Muckross, and then Skibbereen and Carrick. That's the order. St. Michael's, Neptune, Muckross, Skibbereen and Carrick.
See anything there?
Yeah, and we can hear everything.
Okay.
But the weather is really bad. There's a big fog. Yeah. Misty. It's like fog.
So time trial 2 is on its way. In lane 2, Neptune, Gillick. In lane 3, Skibbereen, McCarthy. In lane 4, Muckross, O'Neill. In lane 5, Foley, Kiley from St. Michael's. And in lane 6, Carrick, O'Leary. And from here, it looks like the St. Michael's Sculler, which is the second crew out from this side, has stolen the mark, gone well out, as is the crew on the far side, Neptune, Gillick. And again, just remind you, it's not about who wins it, it's about your fastest time, so it's all about how fast you can come up the course. As I say, it's a hard thing to do when you're out in front that much, to push yourself on in a time trial. So from the enclosure side, it's Neptune, Gillick. Just outside in lane 3, it's Skibbereen. Lane 4 is Muckross. Lane 5, St. Michael's. And lane 6, Carrick. Sorry, that's from the far side. That's counting from the far side. So on the near side here is the St. Michael's Sculler.
Lovely. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Saving the day. Oh, there's no badness in me. Here, Ross, there's one stop. There's right row. Come on, you're better than that.
Come here.
So it's finished.
As we approach the 1,000-metre mark now in this third heat, it's the Skibbereen Sculler in lane 5, just nominally ahead of the Athlone Sculler in lane 4. Then it's the next Athlone Sculler that's coming in third place at the moment.
See the bridge. It's very, very bad weather. I can zoom into the bridge, but I can't see anything. I can only see the approaching bridge.
Hopefully it'll be better tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be. Will be. Will be good tomorrow.
So just on past the 1500 metre mark, it's Skibbereen there in the centre, and the white top with the red hoop in lane 5 with the colour just outside him, which is the Sloan's colour, flappy. Then the two heroes gone out ahead. Close race between the two of these guys. They can push one another on for a good time. So Skibbereen and the nearer of those two crews from Classy at home. Then it looks like a very close race between the sculler on the far side, which is the least coloured, and the colour nearest us here, which is at home, Scanlon. Just going into the finish enclosure, there's Skibbereen on the near side, Athlone just outside him there, so that's Boyle from Skibbereen, Claffey from Athlone. On the far side then with the least colour. So in the next heat, as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, the crews are fairly closely bunched in this one. Out in front we have
lane 4, which is O'Hara from O'Hara and Nolan from Sligo, followed closely by Ban, and followed closely by Carlo. And Lee is on their stern here in lane 2. So out in front you have lane 4, which is Sligo, Ban, and then Lee and Carlo together. That is the order as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. Coming up to the 1,500 metres, going from the near side, it's Carlo, Kenmare, Sligo, Blan and Lee. And at the moment, it looks like Carlo's colour is pushed out ahead. Oh, sorry, the Sligo's colour in the centre there is pushed out ahead. With the Carlos colour Nolan on the near side. But it's tightened up for the 3 places behind him. But it's Sligo, O'Hara, Nolan out ahead. It looks like the band's colour is pushed up into the second place, Lee in third on the far side, with the Carlos colour Nolan having went up well at the start and has dropped back a little bit. But Sligo out ahead from Band, from Lee.
time how fast that is cruise.
And the next heat is approaching the 1,000-metre mark. That's at Lone, O'Grady, Spooner, St. Michael's, Lee, O'Sullivan, Shandon, Walsh, and Rafferty of St. Michael's. And out in front we've at Lone and Lee and St. Michael's. Three scullers battling it for those positions. Then we have St. Michael's in lane 3, and then back to Shandon.
Yeah.
Until you can get a camera down there, until we can move one over there, the phones, whatever, we just try to stay away from the crowd. Because look, once they go past there, it's not really racing anyway, so you can't see the finish, so we just focus on what's coming down. I know you're trying to stop them the whole way, but sure, look, they're in the way anyway, so you can't see it. Yeah, I'd say just put it here so we don't see this, because we're in trouble. We'll put it that way. Here.
So coming up towards the 1500, so just going past the 1500 metre mark. It looks like the crew on the far side at Lone, from Lee in the centre, from St. Michael's on the near side. Those three crews seem to have moved well clear of the other two crews, which is the other St. Michael's crew and Shandon. Looks like the Athlone sculler pushed ahead from St. Michael's coming in towards the finish. But again, just to remind people, it's all about time, it's not about position on the water there, whether you have a fast heat. You can be third and get through, you can be first and not get through. So it's Athlone from Lee, from St. Michael's.
And the crews are gone well through the 1,000 metre mark at this stage. They have left me, and you have Lee out in front. or sorry, I beg your pardon, you have New Ross and Offaly. Those are the two crews in contention in this race. This is the last heat of the Junior 18 single scull time trial, and the next race up will be the men's Junior 19 single semi-finals.
Not coming in here towards the finish. It looks like the New Ross colour well out the front from Offaly. On the other hand, the wrong way around, but yeah, that's it. It's New Ross from Offaly.
So the next race in progress is the men's Junior 19 single scull. And heat A, we have Lee Sheehan in lane 2. We have Phelan of Commercial in lane 3. We have Cusson of Workman in lane 4. And Conway of Commercial in lane 5. And the Lee Sculler Sheehan has blasted off the blocks and has opened a considerable clear water over the field. So the battle royal is going on here now for second and third position with three people going through to the final. So it's nip and tuck between the two commercial scullers and the workman sculler. There's only a canvas covering those three scullers as to who is going to make the final. But no doubt, other than a calamity, that the Lee sculler rowing very strongly out here in lane 2 beside me. You have the two commercial scullers now, nip and tuck. They have just stolen about a length on the workman sculler as we come up to about 750 metre mark. Conditions are quite good, bit of a cross wind. In fact, the wind, as I see it now, is changing from a cross tailwind to a cross headwind, but the scullers are well able to handle these conditions. Again, the trick here is to conserve energy for the final. It's all about the final, but you have to get in there too. So as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark, the Lee sculler rowing very strongly. That's Sheehan, Sheehan from Lee, followed by the two commercial scullers, Phelan and Conway, and the workman sculler is just slipping off the tail of the of the two commercial scullers. So the Lee sculler now is just going through the 1,000 metre mark. and he'll be followed. There's some considerable distance between him and the two commercials, and then we have Workman. So I'll go back up to the start. I'll hand it over to you at the clubhouse, Eddie.
So coming up past the 1500 metres, you can see on the far side the least colour well out ahead. Then you have two commercial scullers in lane 3 and lane 5, and the workman sculler seems to have dropped back there in lane 4. So the least colour chain well out ahead. So two Junior 19 single scull seats. This is the first of the two. 3 crews to qualify for them. So rowing with ease now coming in towards the finish, conserving energy for the final. The least colour for commercial field looking to close the gap, followed by commercial convoy. So that's the first of the two. Go back to Con for the second heat, which should be off the blocks, as I said.
Okay, as the scullers approach about 600 metres from the finish, there's 3 scullers in this race, 2 to qualify. The Skibbereen sculler blasted off the start, took a length on the other 2 scullers, and the Sligo sculler now has moved back to go level with Skibbereen, while the Skenmare sculler is just about half a length of clear water off the stern of the 2 boats. So as you come into the 500 metre mark, On the station beside you there, you have Sligo and Skibbereen in the middle, and Kenmare out here. Kenmare is about almost a length of clear water, adrift of the other two scutters. Over to you, Eddie.
So looking from here, going out from the side, you have Sligo, Skibbereen in the centre, and Kenmare on the far side. Two to qualify out of 3 votes. It looks like the vote in the centre of Skibbereen looks to have pushed out ahead from Sligo on the near side. Not too much between Sligo and Kenmare coming into we're in the last 500 metres, so two crews to qualify. This is a much closer race. So again, they're coming into the last 250. Kenmare is Russia is going to qualify. But it looks like Skibbereen in the centre, Sligo on the near side. And the 2 votes at the moment that are in the qualifying positions. All these colours would have been Junior 18 last year, so special event was created to give them a chance of winning the championship. Although it doesn't mean their Junior 18 race last year. So this is the Junior 19. Now it is still very close between Kenmare and Sligo. But it's Skibbereen coming up to the last few strokes from Sligo on the near side and Kenmare on the far side. Still only about a length in it. And a length in it, Scully-Rose is not an awful lot. But the 2 crews out ahead have just pushed on there and coming across the last 2 to make sure that they're going to qualify.
Okay, the next heat, these races are coming fast and quick now here on top of me. I'm nearly down at the 600 metre mark again. This is the women's intermediate double scull. You have University of Limerick, Neptune, Commercial, Carlow, Skibbereen and Sligo. And out in front you have University of Limerick and Skip rowing very confidently, and the 3rd position is being fought out between Sligo over on the enclosure side and Carlow in the middle. Then is followed by Neptune and Commercial. So up front, rowing very confidently, University of Limerick out here in lane 1. Skip is in lane 5, and Sligo are there beside them. So it looks like, although Commercial still have an overlap on Sligo for that 3rd position. So University of Limerick, Skibbereen, Sligo and Commercial. Over to you, Eddie.
So from the near side here, it is Sligo, Skibbereen, Carlow, Commercial, Neptune and UL. I think from my viewing here, it looks like that the crew in lane 5, Skibbereen, look to have pushed out ahead. 3 crews to qualify. Oh sorry, I missed UL away over on the far side. UL well out with Skibbereen. And the battle is on for the third qualifying phase. So on the far side you see them there coming in is UL, University of Limerick, from Skibbereen. Not a lot between them now coming in towards the finish. The battle is on between Sligo and I think Neptune there in the middle, or Carlo. Yeah, I think that's the Carlo crew there pushing up for third position. So it's UL on the far side, Skibbereen on the near side here, and Carlo I think on the just out of pushing ahead of Sligo there coming in to the finish. 3 crews to qualify. So we go back to Con for the second heat of the women's intermediate double sculls.
Okay, and we have the next heat of the women's intermediate double, and we have DLBC on lane 1, Carrick on lane 2, Neptune B in 3, Killorglin in 4, and St. Michael's in 5, and Queen's in 6. And as we pick the race up here, at about 750 metres out from the start, we have Killorglin, who've stolen the march in the field, about half a length of clear water. They're right in the middle of the pack. They're followed by Queen's over on the far side, and then Neptune in the middle is third at the moment. DLBC here beside me in lane 1 are overlapping Neptune. Then it's back to Carrick and St. Michael's. But this is a good race, three to qualify. So it's Killorglin showing the way to the rest of them. We have Queen's nominally second at the moment over Neptune and DLBC who are neck and neck for the third position. So this is where the race really begins. This is where you fight for positions. And as I speak, I see Carrick has moved onto the stern of the DLBC boat and the Neptune boat. So they're going to put in a fight. They have taken back a half a length in the previous 20 or 30 strokes. So no doubt who's leading the race. That's Killorglin, rowing very confidently, low rate, dealing with the conditions. Neptune in the middle, and Queen's over on the enclosure side. So it's a nip and tuck. It's hard. The crew that's really putting in the move at the moment is Carrick. They have overhauled DLBC, who are here beside me, and they're pressing up on Neptune now. So at this moment in time, I would call it, as it moves away from me at the headland, 600 metres to go, it's Killorglin. Queen's would be second, just edging it on Neptune, and DLBC and Carrick neck and neck. Over to you, Eddie.
This camera is now broadcasting from the Wi-Fi.
But see that flat phone that's sticking up there between the pipes? If you put it on that, or the green one, see, you don't have a...
I can actually, yeah, on that. Oh, yes, you put on that. On this.
But we'll have to go...
So coming in towards the finish, we the crew there in the centre. Killorglin look to be out ahead. Over on the far side, you have DULBC, the Carrick just beside them, then Neptune. Killorglin set out ahead, then St Michael's and Queen's on the near side. St Michael's seems to have dropped back considerably. Remember, 3 crews to qualify. This stage doesn't look like any chance of anybody catching Killorglin in the centre, but there is a real battle on for between, on the far side, DULBC, Neptune B in the centre, and Queen's maybe on this side here. The Carrick challenge seems to have faded off out there in lane 2, so it's Killorglin there in the centre. On the near side here you have Queen's look to have moved up. They look to have taken on the Neptune challenge, and over on the far side you have Trinity DLBC on the far side. But out ahead it's Killorglin. Three crews to qualify, still tight for the third position. Neptune putting a push back in here again. Carrick have taken up the race, have they left it too late? But it's comfortably out in front. Going nice and relaxed with the Killorglin crew. From on the far side, DULBC. In the centre there now looks like Neptune. Might have still the march on Queen's on the near side. 3 crews to qualify.
And we're back up here to the start now for race 112, which is the final of the women's junior 18 pair. And that race has started between Galway in lane 2, Castleconnell on lane 3, Shandon in lane 4, and Inniskill in lane 5. First final of the championships. And it looks an even start. I'm sitting back here about 250 metres off the start, so I'll give you an update when they come up to me. And they're all settling down well. Shandon is going maybe slightly ahead, but not much. Galway are neck and neck with them. In fact, maybe have moved out to a canvas. They're all getting used to this crosswind conditions. They're all handling it very well. So you have Shandon and Galway now, who have moved out ahead of Castleconnell and Inniskill. There's no more than 2 lengths covering the 4 crews. Women's junior 18 pairs. They're all rowing very well. They're, as I said, dealing with these conditions, get the hands down and away. No problems. As we come up to the 500 metre mark, I see Galway here beside me trying to take the initiative from Shandon. They're pushed out. They're moving out now maybe to 3/4 of a length in Shandon, and Shandon have a canvas of clear water over Castleconnell. And Inniskill and Castleconnell are neck and neck. This has developed into a very good race, some very good rowing in it, and now we're going through the 500 metre mark. And Galway have moved out to a length over Shandon, who are in lane 4, followed half a length down by neck and neck Castleconnell and Inniskill. Still no change. I detect that Galway have pushed very hard to get what they had. Shandon are rowing very smoothly. They seem to be pushing now. I think it's up to Galway to maintain that lead over Shandon. It's about a canvas of clear water between the two boats. Then it's a length back to the other two crews. So, as I look across the course at them here now, I get the sense that if Shandon are going to catch this Galway crew, they need to be moving now. Still no change. In fact, if anything, Galway have increased their lead, probably nearly to a length of clear water now at this stage. So that push that I thought, that initiative that I thought was coming from Shandon over on the enclosure side hasn't materialised just yet, although they're still pushing very hard. But you've good strong rowing here beside us on the Galway crew, and they're not giving anything away. So, very close to the 1,000 metre mark. It's a pity we don't have the drone working today, but on the visibility, I can tell you visibility is terrible here in the water. I'm not sure what it looks like from the finishing post, but I'm a couple hundred metres away from them, and with glasses fogging up and so forth, it's not the easiest. But nevertheless, Galway must have heard me say that Shandon were making initiative, because they have now pushed very strongly, and they've taken a very strong initiative here, coming up to just gone through the 1,000 metre mark. So they've moved out to 2 lengths of clear water over Shandon, and then there's a couple of lengths of clear water back to Castleconnell and Inniskillen. So as we approach the headline, just outside the 500 metre mark, I think Shandon have slipped back to probably two lengths of clear water. Maybe they might take an initiative on their own. Galway have had a bit of a misstroke, but as they're getting going again, the conditions are a little bit choppier here, so it's a question that it could influence the result as they run in. They have to deal with the conditions. But as I hand over to you, Eddie, it's Galway out here on the far side, with Shandon close to you, and the other two crews, Castleconnell and Inniskillen, a couple of lengths back. Over to you.
And if you want to continue that, if there's no race for the next 30 minutes, I want to continue another bit of.
This one, the result is fairly clear, I think, so I go up and see the other one closer over.
Okay, Jim.
Coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, on the far side, it's the Galway crew. Next to them in lane 3 is Castleconnell, lane 4 Shandon, lane 5 Enniskillen. But it looks like the Galway crew have pushed ahead coming into the last 500 metres there. Shandon, you can just see them there in the light blue coming in the centre of the field there, in line with the launch. But out ahead, it looks like Galway have pushed ahead from Shandon, and the crew on the near side in Enniskillen maybe ahead of Castleconnell. Yes, it looks like the Galway crew have moved well ahead at this stage, coming into the last 250 metres.
Yeah, so. See this way. You need to stand here. I need to see this as well. So, okay.
So Galway on the far side from Shandon on the near side. Battle on for third position. For the first two positions look fairly clear, barring a disaster from any of the crews. It looks like Galway from Shandon. Shannon putting in the pressure here now. Putting up the race, coming in towards the finish. Galway getting maybe slightly a bit ragged out of that far side. Now they only have about 100 metres to go. Can they hold on? Shandon going cleaner by far, but it looks like a Galway crew has just that amount of room to stay ahead. Yeah, you can see the conditions are getting a little rougher over there with the crosswind. But it's Galway coming up towards the finish from Shandon.
So you're following them on the screen as opposed to looking out there. Very good. That race is over there now. So you might just let me know whenever you're about to start there.
I know. You just turn it. Yeah. He's coming now, yeah.
A bit of a gap here between the next race. The next race coming up is the 14:30 race, the women's senior 4 between GCC, NUIG and BAM. Just 3 crews in it, followed by the men's lightweight sculls between Skibbereen, O'Donovan, Skibbereen, McCarthy and Queen's University Purdy.
Attention please. Can Shannon, Cork Boat Club, Coleraine, Castle Connell and Pres Cork please secure their trailers up in the park. Their trailers are not secure, please chop them or put a block underneath the wheels. Thank you.
Okay, so we have now backup. So we have to, we have a camera on the finish line now, working good. Perfect. There's nothing going on at the moment. There's no start at the moment?
No,
Right
not.
now, or
No, there's
what happened?
there's no race. There's no race.
Yeah, I see that. Now look, it's like that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Three cameras on the side. That will be No, it's almost there. And then it's looking like a fire. Yeah, I will leave it like that.
Let's stay here.
Need to know?
We need our
There are tabs here. See? So this is all together. This is here. Sorry, main. That's the main here. Drone only. Balcony. Balcony plus start cam. Start cam and balcony this way. You see? And that's the backup cam. Only the finish. Right? So you can switch between when I
go to backup cam again for this finish line.
It's good. You can see this. That's the line.
Oh,
here,
that's
yeah?
the line I was looking for.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So you can see people
Yeah.
here.
And that
all
can
over.
they don't zoom in right now.
No.
That's a whole new
No,
experience.
that's the static now. Yeah. So just
Yeah, that's perfect.
I will be showing. I will change the name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
I will be showing just
4.
so 3 and 4. That's it.
Alex.
Yeah. Chris, I'm Chris.
Chris. There. Go to setting Chris right now for 15 minutes. So that's
Get you a coffee or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's cool.
That's finish line now.
That's fast.
You can see the people fighting there.
Yeah.
So you have a start camera, finish, balcony, zoom camera, and there will be.
Okay. You think that you can fly now? That's great.
Yeah, it's starting to.
It's too windy, is it?
When there will be.
Yeah. Proper break, yeah. As in, like, I'm talking about a break. No, yeah. No, yeah. It is, yeah.
Chris, how are we doing?
That's the right now.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Yeah.
That's it. Zoom camera, and then we draw.
Really?
And I can switch between it, look like that. Drone only. It's here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Balcony. Balcony plus finish. Finish line. Start here. And back up with the finish line here only. So I can switch between them.
Fantastic.
All working now.
Brilliant. Thanks be God. So what's that website? Events Ireland or something, is it?
Yeah, we got it right now. Will I send that to you?
Events Ireland. What's the line?
Events.
Events Ireland.
No, you gotta go to the main there, so and then Events Ireland, right there.
But it's best to watch on film.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's it there now, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. I'm working.
Fair play, well done. Yeah. It was a tough one. You got there. Oh, you Derek? Yeah. We're all nervous.
I know. Look, it's going well. Yeah, it's going well. So it's only we could just nothing we can do about the weather, and even though we could the bridge is starting to disappear now again.
And can you put the drone up in that?
Nothing yet. So through this big
I have a radar here, watching the radar on net.ie. You can see exactly when it will start or stop. I'll refresh it. Yeah, we are here. We are here. Is there anything coming? Yeah, there's some coming here. This will come here.
Yeah.
This will come here. You see, we are here somewhere. Here. Yeah.
So 1 o'clock.
1:15, 1:20, 1:25. I can even put this window on the screen.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Fair play.
Chris, do you want some sugar?
Please.
Yeah. One sugar?
Yeah, one sugar. Thank you.
So I'm duty for the all of the OT stuff. So we had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, didn't we, Chris?
Yes.
With the network. No, there's something on the network. And the problem is when there's so much kit added, and a lot of people that So for me, where I'm not happy is that I cannot find the source.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Like,
Yeah.
in case something happens again tomorrow.
So what I did is I bought what I believe could be the root cause of it.
You're not we can't find the microphone.
Thank you.
Chris, the microphone is turned off.
Sorry?
Is the microphone off? Pass it over. There's a guy. All of Ireland will know.
Says Derek.
And now back up at the start, we have the next final of the day, which is the Women's Senior 4. And we have UCC Rowing Club in lane 3, NURG on lane 4, and Ban in lane 5. The final of the Women's Cox's 4. The start was just announced that it's 3 minutes to the start. Crews are still under starters orders. There's been a slight delay. Ban have now moved from lane 5 into lane 6. The other two crews still remain in 3 and 4. And the crews are rowing. They've just left the stake boats, and as they approach me, I'm still about 200 metres off the start, so I'll update you when they come up close to me. So after 150 metres, the three crews are level across the course. It looked like Ban may have a canvas of a lead off the start, but they're absolutely dead level. So, and as we head towards the 350 mark, it's UCC and NUIG are neck and neck. Ban has slipped back, maybe a canvas. So some very good rowing here. You have the two crews, UCC and NUIG beside them. Then there's a break of a spare lane, and then you have Ban over in lane 6 beside the enclosure. Coming up to the 500 metre mark, we're about 50 metres off it, and UCC have a canvas, almost a canvas on NUIG, but it's anybody's race between the two of them. Ban has slipped back by about half a length. And as we go through the 500 metre mark, UCC have a canvas on NUIG, with Ban a further half a length back. The two crews out in front are powering it along, good long steady strokes, not getting anybody pushing too hard, waiting for the middle of the race to get that push on. But UCC have stolen maybe 3/4 of a length over about the last 20 strokes on NUIG, and then Ban are on the stern of the NUIG boat. So 2 lengths covers the three crews in the final of the senior women's Costas Force. UCC have made a strong push coming away from the 500 metre mark, but they took about 3/4 of a length, but they haven't gained on that. NUIG are sticking to the task. They're trying desperately to get back at them, and UCC are trying to move out to a length. I can see the stroke of the UCC boat here pushing very hard to get that length, and she has got it. The NUIG bow now is on the stern of the UCC boat. So UCC are rowing very confidently. They can see that they have just a little bit of clear water of NUIG, and then it's half a length of clear water back to Ban. Both crews handling the conditions. crosswind here, coming up to the 1,000-metre mark. Again, as I said in some earlier race, you have a sense that NUIG need to get back at UCC. Now is the time. They're coming up to the 1,000-metre mark. The UCC haven't got that length, maybe length and a quarter, and haven't moved on from that. But they're trying very hard now to extend that lead. But NUIG are holding what they have. So as I will hand over to Eddie, as you pass the 600-metre mark, UCC are out in front by just over the length, NUIG, and then back to BAN. Over to you, Eddie.
So coming up for 500 metres to go is from the far side, it's UCC from NUIG in the centre and BAN on the near side. So as Colin was saying, it looks like the UCC crew have pushed out from the NUIG boat, who are barely visible there in the light colours in the centre, just in front of the umpire's launch. And over on the near side here is BAN, but out in front it looks like UCC have taken a bit of a lead here coming in towards the finish. This is the first of the senior finals, the women's senior fours, and UCC have just stretched out ahead of NUIG there in the centre, and BAN have been dropped a little bit there on the near side. But out ahead is UCC from NUIG. There's a length or two of clear water there between UCC and NUIG at this stage. Coming up towards the finish. UCC going very strongly, coming in towards the finish now. From NUIG, from BAN. Running comfortably, coming in towards the finish. UCC from NUIG, from BAN. At the Women's Senior 4 Championship of Ireland. Just crossing the line. 90 seconds. That's it. UCC from NUIG, from BAN.
And I'm back up at the start here for the next final, which is the men's lightweight single. And we have Gary O'Donovan of Skibbereen, McCarthy, Jake McCarthy, and Purdy from Queens. starter has just announced 2 minutes, so the scullers are keeping their boat straight, keeping their bows into the wind, and then leave them swing around as a slight breeze blowing them across.
Very clear. Good. On the water now.
And the crews have just left the stakes boat, and I sit here at 100 metres off the start, and the crews are neck and neck off the start. It's going to be an interesting race. I'm sure these scullers have raced each other many times in training and in trials and so forth. So but here they're rowing for an Irish Senior Championship. So as we go through 250, Gary O'Donovan has opened up about a half a length of a lead over the other two scullers. We have McCarthy and Purdy neck and neck, and O'Donovan still holds about a half a length over the two scullers. They're all rowing at a pretty high tempo, trying to stake their claim for this race and stake their mark on it. So we're about 350 metres out, nothing has changed, it's still neck and neck. They've settled into their rhythms. And as we come up to the 500 metre mark, I get the impression that Gary is trying to stake his claim, move a little bit ahead of the rest. He has moved out now to 3/4 of a length over McCarthy, with Purdy a half a length further back. So it's neck and neck. As we all know, a length in a single scull can often be quite a little small margin. So as we go through 600 metres, Gary O'Donovan has a length on McCarthy, who has a length on Purdy. So that's the way the three scullers are, each rowing steady. As I said, they have raced each other many times. I'm sure they know where they stand in the pecking order, but this is a race for an Irish Senior Championship. And as Gary O'Donovan pushes hard, I can see McCarthy not letting him away. McCarthy now is pushing very hard. He still sees number 4 bow number on the stern of Gary's scull. So they've opened up a length of clear water on the Queen's sculler. So coming up to about 750, nothing has changed up front. There's a length between the two Skibbereen scullers, and there's a length and a half of clear water back then to Queen's. as we've come through the last 300 metres, absolutely nothing has changed between the two skipperine scullers. McCarthy is still sitting on Gary's stern. You get the impression that Gary's trying to push ahead of him and push away from him, trying to take the initiative. But McCarthy's sitting there rowing long, steady strokes and is not letting him out of his sight. So it's all going to see what's going to happen over the second half of the race. Now, as we come up to 12:50 to go, Gary has pushed on a little bit. Gary O'Donovan has pushed on a bit and has opened up slight bit of clear water over McCarthy. Conditions here at the headland a bit toppy, so it's a question of dealing with the conditions, get the hands down in the way. And in the last 10 strokes, Gary O'Donovan has opened up probably almost a length of clear water on McCarthy, with a couple of lengths of clear water then back to the Queen's sculler. Over to you, Eddie.
This is the final of the women's lightweight single sculls.
Men's.
Sorry, the men's lightweight single sculls. On the far side, Gary O'Donovan Skibbereen. In the centre, Jake McCarthy from Skibbereen, and on the near side here, Purdy from Queen's. And from my view here, I think it looks like Gary is after stretching out that lead from McCarthy, from Purdy. Gary on the far side, Gary is O'Donovan on the far side of the course. It looks like stretched out that lead now coming in towards the finish. From McCarthy, from Purdy of Queen's. So it looks like a Skibbereen 1-2 coming in here. This will be followed by the women's lightweight sculls. Coming up towards the 250 metre mark. It's Gary is well in control of this. Doesn't look like he'll be caught from here. Just parting away from Jake McCarthy from Skibbereen also, and parting from Queen's. Gary O'Donovan just coming up to the enclosure. Now there is a bit of a gap between the races. These races in the afternoon here are 10 minutes apart as opposed to the earlier ones. So coming up to the line, it's Gary O'Donovan from Skibbereen, from McCarthy, Jake McCarthy, Fintan McCarthy, brother, and Purdy from Queen's University. Bit of a battle there for second and third, but I think the Skibbereen still will hold on. The next race, the women's lightweight sculls, so just two scullers. O'Donovan Garment School in lane 3 and UCC in lane 4. Where you go?
And the next race in progress is the women's lightweight single sculler final between Dizelle of Coleraine Grammar School and Heafy of UCC Rowing Club. So the two scullers are out in lane 3 and 4, just two scullers in this final. And as we go through 250 metres, the UCC sculler has opened up a length on the Coleraine sculler. Both scullers rowing steady. And as we come up to 400 metres, Heafy has pushed on and has opened up almost a length of clear water over the Coleraine sculler. So very shortly now we'll be coming to the 500 metre mark. And as we go through the UCC sculler is about to go through the 500 metre mark just now, and she's opened up 2 to 2.5 lengths of clear water over Dizelle of Coleraine. Out in front of Heafy, rowing very confidently, experienced sculler, has rowed internationally, so well used to these waters. So she's pushing on now. She's continued to open up the gap over the Coleraine sculler. Conditions are quite good now in this section between 500 and 1,000. Nice calm water, perfect for sculling. No issue. Long steady strokes by Heafy, moving the boat along, continuing to open up some additional clear water on Dizelle of Coleraine.
It's clearing up the small bit anyway now. Yeah. Earlier on this morning you couldn't see the bridge or anything like that. You have to
Going through 750, nothing has changed, same order. Out in lane 4, you have Heafy of UCC, followed by Dizelle of Coleraine Grammar School. And as Heafy comes up to the 1,000 metre mark, she continues to scull very strongly out in front. Good, steady, long strokes, not a very high rate, and she continues to increase her margin over the Coleraine sculler. So the Coleraine sculler now just goes through the 1,000 metre mark in the final of the women's lightweight single scull championship of Ireland. And Heafy is approaching the 600 metre mark from the finish and continues to lead by some clear water over Coleraine. And I'll hand it back to you, Eddie.
Yeah, go on, you can put a listen to that. You know where they are.
Coming up towards the finish is Keiki from UCC from O'Donovan Grammar School. This is the same Lydia Heafy who was the spare rower of the women's lightweight double at the Olympics. Skipperine rower representing UCC today. Just two crews in it. Rowing well within herself, I think, at this stage, coming up for the last 250 metres. So, going well clear. There's another running pressure going in here towards the finish. Lady Heafy from UCC.
Not very exciting racing at the moment, just not.
Just a quick announcement in relation to training this evening. On the basis that we finish as per schedule with the last race at 7 o'clock, we will allow training for 1 hour until 8:15. So training tonight from approximately 7:15 to 8:15.
So coming up towards the finish line, it's Lady Heafy from Skibbereen representing UCC with clearly from the O'Donovan Grammar School scholar. Just crossing line now. And now we have the O'Donovan Grammar School girls just crossing now. That's good. Coming up now is the men's senior 4 in lane 2 UCDA. In lane 3 Shandon UCCA. Lane 4 University of Limerick. Lane 5 St. Joseph's. And lane 6 UCDB. That will be followed by the men's junior 18 sculls final, and the 6 crews in that are Foley Kiley from St. Michael's in lane 1, Grady O'Grady from Athlone in lane 2, Gibbon from New Ross in lane 3, Boyne from Skibbereen in lane 4, Claffey from Athlone in lane 5, and O'Sullivan from Lee in lane 6.
starting.
Sorry, before you go there, you're ready.
And the next final is a progress, the men's senior 4 championship of Ireland. UCDA in lane 2, Shandon UCC in lane 3, University of Limerick in 4, St. Joseph's in 5, and UCDB in 6. So they're off to start. They've gone about 250 metres, so it's neck and neck. The only crew that slipped back slightly is St. Joseph's. You have UCDA here beside me in lane 2, neck and neck with the composite of Shandon and UCC in lane 3. University of Limerick are neck and neck. There's only a canvas between those 3 crews, and UCDB are a half a length and a further half a length then to St. Joseph's. Very good race. Crews stretched out across the course of me here. We're going through the 500 metre now very shortly. It's neck and neck here, and the crew that taking a slight initiative is the composite between Shandon and UCC, and they have a canvas now on Limerick and UCDA. Just go through the line, a canvas up, and the crew that's pushing them now is University of Limerick. UCD slipping back slightly. The A crew, the B crew is about a half a length, and the St. Joseph's another half a length to trip. This is a cracking great race. One of the best races today so far. The men's senior 4 final. Hopefully it continues all the way down the course. Pity can't be seen on the streaming, but unfortunately the drone can't work. But anyway, it's Shandon and UCC that are putting the push on, and the real action is now beginning to open up here in front of me. With about 750 metres gone, we have the composite with about a third of a length out of University of Limerick, and UCDA about a length back on the composite, and then UCDB a further half a length back, and then we have St. Joseph's. But it's nip and tuck. There's an overlap. The first 3 crews, that's the composite of UCC and Shandon, University of Limerick and UCD. Those 3 crews are going for it and trying very hard to break each other. It looked like the UCD were slipping back a bit, but they've held their own. Over the last 30 strokes, they've held their own. There's still that overlap. It's anybody's race. University of Limerick, it looks like that the Shandon UCC are going to push away from the University of Limerick, but that doesn't happen. The University of Limerick are running a long, steady stroke. They have moved back now. I would say they've taken one man back. UCD, I can see clear water between the composite. Sorry for keep calling the composite, but there's Shandon and UCC, but it's nip and tuck between them and University of Limerick. Developing into a cracking great race. The UCD crews now are becoming a little bit detached, but if Limerick can keep putting it up to Shandon and UCC and not allow them break each other, break them or break away from them, I think it's going to be a great race as it approaches the enclosure. It's no more than 3/4 of a length to Shandon. UCC are ahead of Limerick. So I'll hand over to you with 500 to go, Eddie, and there's an overlap there, so I think it'll be a cracking great finish. Over to you.
Okay, coming in with 500 metres to go. You can see, looking down the course, from your right hand there, from the far side, second crew in, is the Shandon UCC composite. Right next to them in the light colours are UL. They look to be the 2 crews that are going to fight it out for the first place. The other crews, the UCD crews on either side, on lane 1 and lane 6, look to have dropped back a little. Or lane 2 and lane 6, look to have dropped back, but out in front, it is the composite of Shandon UCC from UL. Nothing in it between us. This could change coming into the finish. The UL boat, you can see their oars clearer than you can see the composite of things, so you can see how they're pushing on. More difficult to see the blades of the composite crew. But this is a great race coming in towards the finish. Nothing in it. There's only looks to be about probably less than a length coming in here. The composite crew of Shandon and UCC. With about 250 to go, probably less than 250 at this stage. Nothing in it. You are holding on a big push here in the centre. Nearest up, UL crew. Just outside them is the composite crew of Shandon UCC. Just holding off UL at the moment. Still about a length in it. Coming up towards the finish. Nothing in it. They're pushing. UL are pushing on. Pushing. They're closing the gap very slightly. Coming up towards the finish. Can the composite of Shandon UCC hold on? Just with about 5 or 6 strokes to go. It looks like the Shandon UCC composite from UL. And the battle is on for bragging rights in the UCD. The B crew looks to have the A crew there, and coming in behind is the St. Joseph's crew. Next race up is the final of the men's junior 18 single sculls. 6 crews.
It is Shandon UCC has on there just about 2 quarters of a minute. Okay, so you're ready to go in there, you're ready there. Yeah, they made a big push here coming in towards the finish, so they held off right. There was a bit of clear water, and then it went down to about 2 quarters of a minute in the end. Oh, absolutely, well, the one sort of way to hit the other way.
And I'm back up again at the start here. We have next final, is the men's junior 18 single, much coveted trophy where all young scholars like to win. So in this race we have Foley Kiley of St. Michael's, O'Grady of Athlone, Gibbon of New Ross, Boyle of Skipperee, Claffey of Athlone, and Lee O'Sullivan. And they're all attached. The roll call is happening, so we'll be on our way very shortly. These are all the junior 18
colours we went through the time trial earlier. There was just about 17 seconds between the fastest and the slowest of these crews. So this should be a cracker of a race coming up.
So as we leave the start and head for the 250 metre mark, we have three prominent scullers, but not much ahead. We have the Gibbon of New Ross, Boyle of Skibbereen, and Foley Kiley of St. Michael's. Those are the three scullers. The two Athlone scullers are neck and neck, and then back to the Lee sculler. So the three scullers, there's about 3 lengths covering them as we come up to 350 metre mark. So as they settle down through 350, 400, we've Gibbon, who came off the blocks very fast, as did the Skibbereen. St. Michael's sculler was a little bit slower, but he's now got going, and you could see he's strong and long strokes, and he's pushing very hard. And now he's maybe got a canvas, maybe he's pushing out for a canvas on the other two scullers. I'm not exactly on the line, but the Athlone sculler here in lane 2 is coming back. Both Athlone scullers actually are coming back into it. So it's a fascinating race the way it started. They blasted off the start, and New Ross was certainly out in front, as was Skibbereen at that point. But the St. Michael's sculler has now come back into it and has taken the lead. And in fact, interestingly, out in lane 5, the Athlone sculler is now pushing through the Skibbereen sculler and the New Ross sculler. So it's a fascinating race how the order has changed so much over 500 or 600 metres. And the one thing certain is that St. Michael's is going very strongly here. The sculler here, out here beside me, Foley Kiley, and then he's followed by Gibbons and Boyle of Skibbereen. But as I speak, the Athlone sculler, Claffey, in lane 5, has moved into second position and going very strongly, long, steady strokes. And so it's difficult one to call. It's hard to know who you put your money on at this stage. You'd have to think that it's going to be St. Michael's out here, who's on lane 1, going very strongly. But the Athlone sculler Cappy is sculling extremely well, and he is, having had a very slow start, is now into second position. He's about a length down on St. Michael's. St. Michael's sculler is running at a higher rate, seems to be working much harder, but the long, steady strokes of the Athlone sculler are relentless. And as I speak, the New Ross sculler has got going, almost got a second wind, and is pushing back again, and he is now in third position. So it's a fascinating race how the order has changed so much over. We're now coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and it's a fascinating race and a very good race. Pity, as I said earlier, we haven't got the drone to watch. This is really a fantastic race in the drone. The first 5 scullers, there's 3 lengths covering the first 5 scullers. It's as close as that. So you have St. Michael's and Claffey. At this moment in time, I wouldn't be a betting man. I would bet on Claffey. Claffey has long, steady strokes, underrating the St. Michael's sculler. And he has now gone almost neck and neck with St. Michael's. We'll have to stay out here on the race. But so we have Claffey and St. Michael's sculler neck and neck with New Ross, trying desperately to get back into the race again. He's right on their stern, and then there's Skibbereen, and then the other Athlone sculler. So as we pass the 600 metre mark, I'll have to hand this over to you because we have to drop back from the race here. But it's going to be, I'd be interested to see who the results of this. So it's St. Michael's out here in lane 1. We have New Ross in the middle, and we have Athlone, Claffey, who I think at this point I would call being marginally in the lead. Over to you, Eddie.
Yes, this is a tight one coming up, alright. On the far side, you have St. Michael's Foley Kylie. Just inside him you have O'Grady Athlone, Gibbon, New Ross, Boyle, Skibbereen, Claffey, Athlone, and Lee O'Sullivan. Now Lee O'Sullivan looks to have dropped back, so the sculler nearest to us is Claffey Athlone, and the sculler on the far side is the St. Michael's sculler Foley Kylie. Then you have the New Ross sculler right in the centre there, right in front of the launch, and just inside him between the New Ross sculler and the Athlone sculler you have the Skibbering sculler. But it looks like the Athlone sculler on the near side here looks to have taken it up, and it looks like the New Ross sculler. They look like the first 1-2, but it looks like the Athlone sculler on the near side here, that's Athlone Claffey, looks to be out ahead from New Ross in the centre. And at this stage it looks like I'd put my money on Skibbereen in between the two of them in third place. But out ahead, coming in here towards the finish, it's Claffey from Athlone, from New Ross in the centre, just New Ross, Gibbon. Not a lot in it coming up towards the finish. We had about 200 metres to go. Anybody's race there yet. This is the closest yet. This is New Ross in the mud, and it looks to be roaring the cleaner at the moment. The New Ross sculler out in the centre looks to have pulled it back from the Athlone sculler. And Skibbering looks to be coming into third position. The St. Michael's sculler on the far side seems to have dropped back. But it does look like the New Ross sculler has just pulled ahead by a leg from Athlone. Now the Athlone sculler has decided to put in a big push here coming up towards the finish. And it's closing the gap every single stroke. This is an exciting race. But it still looks like the New Ross, but there's nothing in it coming up to the finish. There isn't a quarter of a length in this between these two scullers coming into the finish. I think we'll have to leave that one to the judges.
Just to be remarked, it looks like the New Ross colour put in a good push for me towards the finish here, and it looks like he hit the Athlone colour back in the over finish there, over to you.
I know. No, I know. Yeah. I know, but I'm giving energy.
Already, exactly, connected wrong. I'm alright, I'm finished here now, I'm only 2 more left. One more minute. Huh?
They are now.
I don't know, I wouldn't call any of the 2 on park whether
Yeah. Oh, because you were looking at that one, right? Yeah.
you probably looking for who you're talking to.
Next race up is the men's Junior 19 single sculls. These are the guys who would have been Junior 18 last year and didn't get their own championship. Then you have Commercial Conway in lane 1, Commercial Field in lane 2, Sheehan Lee in lane 3, Skibbereen O'Reilly in lane 4, and Gosh Sligo in lane 5.
You're ready to go whenever you are there.
The next race in progress is the men's Junior 19 single between Commercial Conway in 1, Phelan for Commercial in 2, Sheehan from Lee in 3, O'Reilly for Skibbereen in 4, and Colch from Sligo in 5. So as we come through 250, different type of race to the last race. The Lee Sculler and the Skip Sculler have shot out of the blocks and have opened up a length of clear water on everybody else. So as we go through 350, Skip have half a length on Lee, and then it's another half a length of clear water back to Athlone, and then the two Commercial Scullers. Or sorry, I should have said Sligo.
They start.
So I'm trying desperately to get up here to the start of the race again. As we go through 500 metre mark, we don't want to wash any scullers. So up front, there's a ding-dong battle up front. You have Skibbereen, half a length up in Lee, and then put a length of clear water back to Colch of Sligo. So the Skibbereen Sculler rowing at a high rate, much higher rate than the Lee Sculler, but he's not moving that much ahead of him at the moment. He's pushing very hard, trying to break away from the Lee Sculler. I think now it's up to the Lee Sculler just to hold on to him, and I think he's doing that for now. It's neck and neck. There's still an overlap as I sit out here close to the bank. It's neck and neck between those. Colch is not being dropped. He's moving back a little bit on the two ahead of him. He's not but the other two scullers, two Commercial Scullers, are a distance of clear water back. So the battle up front is here that the Skibbereen Sculler is trying desperately to break away from the Lee Sculler, and I can't say that he's succeeding. Lee there's a length in it. I can see the bow ball of the Lee Sculler right on the stern of the Skibbereen Sculler. There's been very little change over the last 200 metres. I think if Lee can hold on to the Skip Sculler, he has a chance. Lee is Skipper trying to. You can see that he's a higher rate. He's working very hard, pushing very hard. But the Lee Sculler has a long, steady stroke, and I can see that he's putting on a spurt now, and he's taken maybe a canvas back from Skibbereen. I think this is going to be a cracking race for the first three places. Colch is on this. So the three scullers, there's 3 lengths between them. Each is on each other's bow or stern, so to speak. So no change. We won't work for a minute, Johnny. Yeah, we're concerned here about washing one of the scullers, so I can't keep up with the pace of it. But it looks like, as it passes the 1,000 metres, heading for 1250. Skibbereen Sculler is still holding on to that lead. He has a length on the Lee Sculler with the Colch of Sligo, another half a length back. I think it's going to be tight on the run in, but it's up now to Lee to make that push and get back that length that he's behind against the Skip Sculler. I will have to hand it over to you this, Eddie, because we don't want to watch the scullers here beside us. Over to you.
Coming up now with about probably 750 metres to go. We're looking down the course on the right hand side of the 3 scullers that are in the run into the finish. On the far side you have the Lee Sculler. In the centre, in the white top that's not easily to be seen, is the Skibbereen Sculler, and then on the near side here we have Colch from Sligo. It still looks like it's a Skibbereen sculler out ahead of Lee and Sligo, not too far away either. Coming up now with about 500 metres to go. It's Skibbereen in the centre, from Lee on the far side, Sligo on the near side. All these guys have represented Ireland in recent years at different levels. Still looks like the Skibbereen sculler just ahead by a length. Now's the time for Andy, the two crews behind, to make a push if they're going to challenge the Skibbereen sculler, who looks to have led from more or less from the start. So on the far side, Lee, Skibbereen in the centre, Sligo on the near side. Coming up very tight between 1 and 2. Sligo looks to have dropped back a little. The battle is really between Skibbereen and Lee. Skibbereen in the middle, Lee on the far side. Lee sculler looks to have pushed up a little bit there now, brought up the rate. Coming up towards the finish. Very close race. Good race now, a sculling race, with Lee on the far side, Skibbereen on the near side here. It looks like the Lee sculler just moved ahead of the Skibbereen sculler. Just coming into the enclosure. He's maybe taking a length of clear water there from the Skibbereen sculler coming in towards the finish. It's Sheehan from Lee, from the O'Reilly from Skibbereen. Just coming up towards the finish now. It's Lee, length of clear water from Skibbereen, with the Sligo sculler another 2 lengths back. So Lee just moving ahead, coming into the finish from the Skibbereen sculler. Skibbereen sculler putting it up to him, but I don't think he's going to catch him at this stage. With about 3 or 4 strokes to go, is Lee from Skibbereen from Sligo.
That race was the Lee, Skibbereen, Sligo in that order. Fans coming into the finish of these colours, just pulled ahead by length of clear water. Over to you in the
We've just one race to go now, I think, before the break. We're off for that, which is the Northern Doubles Call, Intermediate Doubles Call.
So coming up now next is the final of the women's double scull. In lane 1, Carlow, lane 2, Skibbereen, lane 3, University of Limerick, lane 4, Killorgan, lane 5, DULBC.
And we're back at the start. We have the last final before the break, which is the women's intermediate double scull final, with Carlow lane 1, Skibbereen and 2, University of Limerick, Rowing Club and 3, Killorgan and 4, DULBC and 5, and Queen's Ladies Boat Club in 6. The orange light is flashing and say we'll be away shortly, and all the crews slight crosswind here, so they're all keeping their boats into the wind, so I'm leaving them swing around as they get ready for the start. And the crews are away.
towards it the other way, would you? Were you watching it now?
Yeah,
Good clean start. Looks like neck and neck. Out the front, Killarglen and University of Limerick are the two prominent crews. The crews are all overlapping. Nobody has broken from the field. Skibbereen is overlapping probably next. So University of Limerick in lane 3 are probably half a length over Killarglen and Skibbereen. Then it's Carlow, and then DLBC and Queen's ladies both of the women's intermediate double scull.
Can we have the Cox of University of Limerick Club 4 to Wayne, please? The Cox of University of Limerick Club 4 to Wayne, please.
Stephen March and the other two, but I can see from the determination of Killarglen and Skibbereen, they're not going to let them get away. We've Carlow out here in lane 1 and DLBC and Queens. So about 4 lengths separating the entire field. So
Viv is in bed sick, watching the racing on the live stream.
Who is?
Viv.
So just going through the 500 metre mark, University of Limerick have put on a spurt, and they have a length now over Killarglen, who have a half a length over Skibbereen. And as we head away from the 500 metre mark, heading through 650, it's beginning to stretch out a little bit. There's been a lot of action up front over those the last 100 metres. So University of Limerick are rowing very confidently out in front now, and they have opened up half a length of clear water over Killarglen, and Skib have dropped back a little bit, and they're now half a length of clear water back again. And then it's ULBC, Queens and Carlow. But no doubt who's leading the race, University of Limerick. Up front, they've opened up a length of clear water now of Killarglen, who are pushing very hard to get back at them. But when you look across at University of Limerick, I can see they're going very confidently, they're clean blade work, boat is moving. It's hard to get back at that. But Killarglen look to be pushing very hard at the moment. I would say they probably have taken back half a length in the last 20 or 25 strokes. And then back to Skibbereen and the two university clubs and Carlow. So we're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and just now University of Limerick has gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and 2 lengths back then to Killarglen, 1 length back to Skibbereen, the other length to half a length to ULBC and Queens, and 2 lengths to Carlow. Yeah, we've passed the 1,000 metre mark. It's a little bit squally here now. The scullers are being knocked around a little bit, but they're coping very well with it. But out in front, you have University of Limerick, and as I speak, Skibbereen are coming back a little bit. They're getting second wind, and they're certainly moving back on Killarglen. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up second, but having been almost a length down at one stage. But Killarglen are pushing on now again. So coming up to 600 metres from the finish, we have out in front University of Limerick rowing very confidently. It's hard to see them being caught, although it's Killarglen are pushing very hard. And then it's the ULBC and Queens and Carlow. So Eddie, I will be handing over to you shortly. I think University of Limerick, it's going to be hard to catch them. They're probably 2 lengths. They've lent at least a length of clear water over Killarglen, another length back to Skibbereen, and a half a length to DULBC in Queens, and a couple of lengths then to Carlow. So over to you, Eddie.
Okay, coming in here now with about less than 500 metres to go. It looks like UL right in the centre. So on there, as you look at it from here, on the left of them is the Killorgan crew, and on their right is the Skibbereen crew. And these are the three crews, but from what I can see from here, it looks like the UL crew are well in control of this at this stage, coming up towards the finish. I think the battle is on for second position. I'm not too sure that UL will be threatened from here in. It looks like UL right in the centre. To their left is Killorgan, to their right is Skibbereen, and that's where the real battle is happening, is back there for second and third position. But out ahead, with clear water, is UL from Killorgan, it looks like, and Skibbereen on the far, over on the far side. Coming up to the last 250. Well in control of this race coming in. UL from Killorgan. From Skibbereen on the far side. Right, with about 100 metres to go, it looks like Skibbereen have overhauled Killorgan, but out ahead it's UL. I don't like they're going to be caught, I think, at this stage. With about 2 lengths of clear water from Skibbereen, from Killorgan. Skibbereen there is not giving up, but I don't think at this stage they will catch the UL crew. So it's UL from Skibbereen, from Killorgan. And over on this side, you have about before the fifth, but up ahead, it's UL from Skibbereen, from Killorgan. From DULBC and Queens, in that order.
Seen this, Eddie? Fantastic.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it?
Fantastic. And like, if the conditions are better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great time to have it. I think that you can, like I said, with this, second back, like, you can actually go and watch it at least.
Fantastic.
And you can hear the commentary as well.
Yeah, it's really good. Fantastic.
No, just the crowds, yeah. Sorry? Because they were ringing the phone inside complaining. No. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm kind of expecting people to come back with Yeah. I know. No, we understand, yeah, I know. Do you know what I mean? They're getting really...
It's coming in this way. Oh, here we go.
Can Tom Clancy report the students on me at the slip, please? Tom Clancy to the slip, please. Just a reminder that there will be training on the course for an hour after the last race this evening.
Sure. Break time up? It's a break time. Yeah. 30 minutes now. Break time now. Break time.
Johnny, you're better than that. You're better than that. No, I did twice. That's nearly as bad as Rossman's dry roll.
go over, we can pop a copy over here. For Brian Richardson over here. So here we are, I have it. He's supposed to be doing the law. He's around. He's going to come back now. There's a half an hour. Yeah, post also. Check your, when you have your walkie-talkie there, so can I hear you? Come in to me, will you? I don't know what channel we're on. Just check on that we can hear each other, and because it's only 7 minutes to the start now. So okay, right. Just come back to me when you all go. Thanks. But oh, right, okay. Right, thanks, bud.
There's a microphone here. No? Microphone here.
It's been a difficult 16 months. We were ready. We were at the pinnacle of strength. We were prepared, and then everything changed. The restrictions are easing and training is back and as intense as ever. The wait is over. Now we are ready to take on the world. All those long days, the dedication and years of sacrifice. Sport unites a country. And now we look forward to race, to do our family, clubs, supporters and Ireland proud. Come join us on our journey.
When you're the first boat pushing across the lake and it's nice and calm, you feel like you're exploring unknown territory.
Being out on the water is, that's like the Garden of Eden. That's peace. That's somewhere where you leave your problems behind.
I have my own business and you're under pressure, but you step in the boat, push off the slip, everything is left behind you.
You don't have to be the strongest, but you can still win just by being really technically good, figuring out what the water is doing and what you need to do to make it work.
The easier it looks, the better it is, but at the same time it takes a lot to make it look easy. It's a bit like an iceberg. They see the top bit, but there's a lot happening under the surface.
It's for all ages. I've seen 8-year-olds out rowing, I've seen 80-year-olds out rowing, so I think it's for everyone. And it doesn't have to be a big competitive sport that all you want to do is race. I mean, I'm a para rower, so I'm TA, which is trunk and arms. So when I'm rowing, I don't use my legs at all.
There are folks in every kind of community that take part, and it's a sport which brings people together. If you're sitting in a boat with somebody else from a different work environment or a different social environment, you're depending on them and they're depending on you.
I'm always in a single, but it's not really just me who does it. First, there's a team.
At the top level, there is an awful lot of pressure in this sport. You have to perform, especially if you've set your goals and vocalised them, you do need to perform. You know, that actually gave me the confidence to take a career in medicine, which is a tough career. We have tough bosses. I kind of felt coming from rowing, I'd always seen a tougher coach, so it didn't really bother me as much. It just gives you the confidence to go and do something, you know.
I've been able to associate my general approach to life with some of the skills that I've learned. I mean, planning, discipline, a belief in oneself, and especially when the chips are down and I've had some difficult situations, I've never given up on myself and I've never given up on where I hope to be.
I since went on into business after rowing, and still nothing was tougher than the 10 years of hard training I'd done as an oarsman. Nothing.
There's a lot of failure along the way. You learn from it, and it's the same in work. Not everything works perfectly, not everything goes to plan.
I was so lucky that I did get to race internationally and I got all the buzz of competition, which, you know, was really hard to live without actually now. I think it means a lot for people to row for Ireland, and people do support each other an awful lot.
Irish people can realise that they can be the best in the world, and we've a programme in place now with Rowing Ireland where we're going to try and achieve that. We have the ambition to do that, and we have a plan in place to do it as well.
Brian Richardson to the regatta office, please. Brian Richardson to the regatta office.
here in the Shara. 4 o'clock racing. There was supposed to be Heat A and Heat B of the women's club. Cock fours. That's now a straight final. Last race of the day at 18:40. Sorry, third last race of the day. We are moving on to the women's junior 18 time trials this year. It's different. There'll be 4 heats of time trials now coming up, and they're on the starting pontoons for the first heat of the time trials. And they'll line up there as they get ready in lane 1. On the far side, Coleraine Grammar School, Bradley, fresh from her World Championship bronze medal. Lane 2, Carrick O'Rourke. Lane 3, Van Hutchinson. Lane 4, Lee Valley Davis, another bronze medal girl. That's the 2 girls in the 1 heat now, and it's the fastest 6 will go into the final from all 5 heats. So they just will have to come down the course as fast as they can and hopefully be in the top 6. Lane 5, Sligo O'Donoghue, and lane 6, Cork O'Donovan. So that's the first time trial heat, which is about to get underway very shortly. They're on the blocks, and we'll pick it up shortly. We'll have a launch in place to give you updates. For the moment, it'll be me, and eventually I'll hand over to Brian, who'll be in the launch very shortly, giving you updates on these time trials. As I say, 4 heats coming up now, and the first one is about to start shortly. Just to give you an update on the weather for those watching from outside of here, it's certainly improved over the day, and the crosswind has died down considerably now, and it's reasonably clear right across the course. The rain has gone away thankfully, so it's not bad. It's brightening up here now as the dark clouds try to lift, and hopefully we'll have a nice afternoon of weather to lead us up to the last race here this evening at 7 p.m. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 finals now to look forward to later on this afternoon. So some great racing coming up right throughout the afternoon. So watch this space. Time trial 1 is now on the course, and they're on the way down, and as I say, we'll have the launch picking them up shortly, but just to tell you there again, in lane 1 on the far side, on the near side, Coleraine Grammar School, Bradley. Lane 2, Carrick O'Rourke. Lane 3, Van Hutchinson. Lane 4, Lee Valley Davis. Lane 5, Sligo O'Donoghue. Lane 6, Cork O'Donovan.
You missed the bus.
Get sorted?
Yes.
Great stuff.
Good. Microphone here. Microphone. Just, yeah.
Jerry, switching here, my place, if you want me to give comments to the first race.
We're going to go live now, commentary feed from Richie up at the 1,000 metre mark on the time trial 1. Over to you, Richie. Over to you, Richie, now.
The first race of the day just coming towards us here, and it is the first of time trials in the women's juniors 18 single sculls. In lane number 1, Coleraine Grammar School, but leading now in lane number 4, it is Lee Valley. Van also in there in the mix, and these crews are looking for the fastest 6 scullers to get through as they come down towards about 500 to go. It's lane 4, leading from Van in second place, and nearest to us Coleraine Grammar School with the other scullers some way back. This is the first time trial in the women's junior 18 singles. We're going to hang around here at the 1,000 metre mark and catch up the next race, and we'll give you a commentary as it passes us by. Back to you, it's finished.
So coming into view now is the women's junior 18 single sculls time trial 1, and we have in the lead the Lee Valley sculler Davis out in front comfortably. Don't forget, they've got to get the fastest times here, the top 6 fastest times, get them through to the final later on this afternoon. So wherever they may be in this time trial, they need to keep going all the way to the line. So as we come into view now at about 250 metres to go, Lee Valley Davis leading the way here. Then we have in second position Coleraine Grammar School Bradley. So we're looking at the 2 bronze medalists fresh back from the World Junior Championships. And here we are, 1 and 2. They've drawn each other in time trial 1. So that's number 1 and 2 with the Coleraine Grammar School Bradley in third position. They're the top 3 now, well spread out as they look for the best time they can get possibly to make it through to the final later on this afternoon. Some great sculling there now. We're looking at top end stuff here at junior women's rowing, not just in Ireland but in the world. Lee Valley Davis crosses the line. From Bradley Coleraine Grammar School, and in third position is, from Lee Valley from Coleraine Grammar School Bradley. Now as the shower approaches, a little bit of a squall up there in the start. We'll hand you back to Brian now. Brian, is the second time trial on the way?
Just coming through the first few hundred metres in the second time trial of the women's junior 18 single scull. Again, 6 crews racing here, the fastest 6 advancing on to the final. Nearest to us in lane number 1 will be Glorvin, lane 2 Cork, lane 3 Carrick, lane 4 Fermoy, lane 5 Muckross, and lane 6 Belfast Boat Club. So they're just coming up on the 1,000 metre mark. Conditions pretty bad here, very heavy rain, but at least the wind has calmed down a little bit from the previous racing earlier on today. On the far side, it looks like it is Muckross O'Sullivan. And centre of the course, Carrick as well. They look like the 1x2 at the moment in the second time trial as they just approach the 1,000 metre mark. Conditions, slight crosswind, and the tailwind that was there earlier on in the day seems to have dropped back. And just watching the crews now approaching, it looks like Muckross O'Sullivan leading on the enclosure side. Nearest to us in lane number 3, Carrick. These look like the 2 scullers, as well as Belfast on the far side. Coulter, they look like the 1, 2 and 3. About 2 lengths separating the first 3 crews. They're staying in touch with each other, and then some way back to the remaining 3 scullers. Again, this is the second time trial of the women's junior 18 single. So just coming past the 1,000 metre mark, it is Muckross O'Sullivan leading from Belfast Boat Club Coulter. Carrick Low in 3rd. Fermoy staying in touch there in 4th. And just slightly back, it is the scullers from Killorglin and from Cork. So that's through the 1,000 metre marks. It is Muckross O'Sullivan. And we hand back to you and wait on the 3rd time trial in the women's junior 18 singles.
These crews are still a little bit of a distance
I will go
away,
there just to look.
but just to say that in this time trial too, the first and second scullers, the Muckross Girl O'Sullivan and Belfast Coulter, have represented Ireland in Coupe de la Jeunesse this summer and just recently, and they will be in the top tier of junior sculling. So no surprise to see them in the first 2 positions here in the second time trial. And then Carrick and Shannon Lowe doing very well in 3rd position. So they're the top 3, and we pick it up in another while now when they come into view.
The rain will stop in about 5 minutes. I see the radar.
As the crews approach 1,500 metres, we have a squall has just come in. I'm assured though that it's a short one. It'll be, unfortunately, these scullers are experiencing it in their race. And it's not nice. And I hope they're able to hold on to their handles on their oars, grip them well as they move through the 1,500 metre mark. it's Muckross still leading the way here. O'Sullivan from Belfast, Coulter. They're the 1-2 and Carrick and Shannon. But again, as I say, this is a time trial. Just like watching the swimming, you know, you could be in any heat, but it's the top 6 will go through to the final later on this afternoon. As I say, there's 10 finals later on this afternoon, so we have them up there. There's so many, and it's some fantastic races to look forward to. The weather will improve, I'm assured. But as they come in here now, this time trial 2, Muckross continue to lead here. And she's got about 2.5 lengths. As she pushes towards the last 250 metres. Belfast Boat Club Coulter in second position, about 3 lengths behind. These 2 girls, as I mentioned earlier, represented Ireland at the Coupe de la Jeunesse European Junior Championships and did very well indeed. Carrick and Shannon continue to hold on to 3rd position. That's low. So as they approach the line, that's the 1, 2, 3 now over the line, and as the remaining scullers cross the line in this rain, they're looking desperate, trying to get the fastest time to make it through to the top 6 later on. So I'll hand it back to Brian now for the 3rd heat of the time trials and the Junior Women's 18 scull. Over to you, Brian.
So back here at the 1,000 metre mark, the 3rd time trial is just off the start. They'll be on us shortly. So in the previous race you might have seen it, fortunately a sculler overturned. The rescue launch has helped her out there, and she's actually back in the boat and making her way down to the finish there in the 2nd time trial. In this time trial coming up, time trial 3 of 4, again a 6-boat race here between lane 1 Cork, lane 2 Carlow, lane 3 Belfast Boat Club, lane 4 Skibbereen, lane 5 Muckross, and lane 6 nearest the enclosure New Ross. So they are through the first few 100 metres, not quite on us yet, so I can't get a clear view of who's leading right now. Again, just to check in on the conditions. Still that crosswind coming across here at the 1,000 metre mark, so there's a little bit of shelter as they go through the first few 100 metres, and then it opens out into that middle part of the course, and not as choppy as it was earlier on for the previous set of races. So a little bit easier for the crews today, this afternoon and this evening session to handle. So again, in this race we will have on the far side from the enclosure of Cork, Carney. Lane 2 will be Carlow Feeney. Lane 3 Belfast Boat Club Mullen. Lane 4 Skibbereen Mannix. Lane 5 Muckross Coffey. And nearest the enclosure will be lane 6 New Ross Barrett. They've gone through about 500 metres. It does look like centre of the course crews are leading in this 3rd time trial. We're just waiting for them to come up onto us now. This will be followed by the 4th and final time trial, and again the fastest 6 scullers looking to qualify to advance to the final. So I think given the conditions and the rain the way up here, they'll be quite delighted that there isn't semi-finals taking place. But again, a lot of pressure on the scullers to get that fastest qualifying time. So just as they come up towards us here, it looks like it's Skibbereen Mannix. And then lane 2, Carlow Feeney. Lane 3, Belfast Boat Club Mullen. Very little between the first few crews. Muckross Coffey as well on the enclosure side, as well as New Ross Barrett. These scullers leading things up. So just approaching the 1,000 metre mark. It is going to be, it looks like the sculler from Belfast Boat Club and Muckross. They look like the 1 and 2. And on the far side, staying in touch, New Ross Barrett. Just a little bit further back then to these scullers from Cork, Carlow and Skibbereen. nice rowing here. The conditions have calmed down a little bit, so it's not as choppy as it was, as I said, and the rain seems to be settling things down a little bit. Nice push on here now from the sculler from Belfast. She's leading along with Muckcross. They look like the 1 and 2, very little between them. Less than a canvas between the two scullers. So stroke for stroke they're matching each other, and then we just have about a 2 or 3 with length lead for these two scullers back to the scullers, and it's very little between the three from Carlo, Skibbereen, and New Ross. They're the 3, 4 and 5, and just a little bit further back than the sculler from Cork. So as they come down through 1,000 metres, it's going to be Belfast and Muckcross battling it out for that fastest time, and we'll hand back to you now with that's the update. So it's Muckcross, Belfast, they're the 1 and 2 as they approach the 1,000 metre mark in the third of the time trials in the women's junior 18 singles scull.
Well, Brian was struggling there to be able to see through the mist and the rain, but as they head down the course near towards us, there's still quite a distance out, and we just have to watch and see how this race progresses. Again, time trial, go as fast as you can, get from A to B, make it to the final. That would have been the instructions from the coaches. These girls went out, but went into the second half now. Belfast in lane 3, Mullen leading the way from Muckcross in lane 5, Coffey, and then New Ross, Carlos, Skibbereen, Cork in that order. We'll pick it up again in a little bit when we see them coming into view. We'll watch them towards the line. This is the third time trial heat of 4.
Okay. No time for that now. I don't have anything to. I will get that. This camera will be used by someone holding it. You know, just holding it and doing interviews.
Oh yes, I
I can do that.
Yeah.
So lane 3 continues to lead, Muckcross, Belfast from Muckcross in lane 5. We'll come into view now very shortly. Must say the junior programme is absolutely going tremendously well here in Ireland at the moment, with the bronze medals from the 2 girls at the World Championships, and then the medals at the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and it's really strong. And the work that's being done is incredible, and you can see by looking at these girls coming down how well they're performing, and the standard, how it's just improving all the time, and this leads into under 23 and full international, and you can see what's happening there. So all the way through the system, this is working really well. Belfast continue to lead from Muckcross. They're the 1-2 now in this third time trial. Conditions have improved dramatically here now. Once the score went over, you can see how it's just calmed down. I'm sure these scullers now have a nice platform here to build for the line and get that fast time. There's a bit of a push on here now, as Belfast still leads the way from Muckcross, but the girls in third and fourth now. New Ross, Cork, pushing all the way now. So about 200 metres left for all these scullers. Girls, women's junior 18, single sculls, trying to make it through to the final of the single sculls later on this afternoon.
Working hard as usual.
So over the line goes Belfast from Killogan, and the Skibbereen Sculler has pushed up very well in the last 250 metres, 300 metres to finish in third position. From so the 1, 2, 3. So the last time trial now, I'll hand it back over to Brian to take it down.
Fourth time trial in the women's junior 18 singles, just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and leading it is Kavanagh of Carlow. Just about a 1 length lead from Kenmare O'Neill. They're the 1 and 2. They've a little bit of clear water then over these scullers from Workman's and Commercial. They're the 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the sculler from New Ross some way back in fourth. This is again the fourth time trial of the women's junior 18 singles. 6 fastest scullers to go through to the final. So just as they approach the 1,000 metre mark now, it is still Carlo Kavanagh leading from Kenmare O'Neill. They're the 1 and 2. And we're going to make our way up to the first heats of this afternoon's session, the men's junior 18 pair and the men's club 4, which will follow down and hand over to you. So that's the fourth time trial as it comes towards you there. It is the 2 scullers from Carlow and Kenmare. They're the 1 and 2 making their way down to you now. Third is Workman.
So conditions much improved now, but that'll make a difference in the times now in these crews from the first couple of time trials. That's the way it goes. So as they come down now with about 750 metres to go, Carlow leading from Kenmare, Workman's, New Ross, and then Commercial and New Ross. Carlow from Kenmare, Workman's. They're the top 3. We'll pick it up in another little bit when they come into the last 250.
You can see it here. 5, 6. 5 is first.
Final time trial of women's junior 18 sculls coming in now for the last 200 metres. In lane 2, Ken Mayer leading the way home. From the Carlo Sculler. So they're the 1-2. The commercial and workmen's now further few lengths behind. Again, getting the fastest time, make the top 6 for the final later on this afternoon of the women's junior 18 single sculls. So that's all the time trials now completed for the women's junior 18 sculls. We're now going to head back to Brian, who's going to take you for the heat A of the men's junior 18 Coxless pairs. Over to you, Brian.
So just through the 500 metre mark here in the first heat of the men's junior 18 pair, 3 crews to qualify. Nearest the enclosure, Shannon have opened up a little bit of a lead. They put a big push on coming through 500. Castleconnell are right up there with them, as well as St. Joseph's A. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Castleconnell, a little bit of a push on there, and St. Joseph's responding to them. But on the far side from us, but the nearest to you, it's the Shannon pair rowing very nicely now. And the other crews from St. Joseph's and St. Michael's summed it back in 4th, 5th and 6th. So I'd say there's about a length separating 1st, 2nd and 3rd. St. Joseph's A in lane number 2, they're putting on a push and they're side by side with Castleconnell, both crews pushing each other on and responding, but it's still out there in lane 6 nearest the enclosure. The Shannon pair, nice and steady, rowing from the Shannon pair, rating slightly lower than the other crews. And it looks like a 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Shannon, Castleconnell and St. Joseph's. So middle of the course has calmed down an awful lot here. The crosswind has more or less eased up, making it a lot easier for the crews. We were able to hear that the umpire was giving lots of steering instruction off the first 500, and it's still advising some of the crews here as we watch Castleconnell put on a push now. They're opening up a little bit of a lead for 2nd place over the crew from St. Joseph's. And
we have the Cox for the Neptune Women's Club 4 to Wayne, please.
Lane number 2, and it's to the advantage of Castleconnell. They've spotted that and they have put a push on and are now putting a little bit of pressure on the crews from Shannon. But since about the 500 metre mark, the Shannon crew rating quite low, nice and steady rowing from them. They're keeping an eye on the crews that are somewhat behind them, but it looks like Shannon, Castleconnell are the 1 and 2. St. Joseph's A still keeping in touch in 3rd, and then the other St. Joseph's crews and St. Michael's some way back. And again, just 3 crews to qualify here, so you'd imagine that Shannon, Castleconnell and St. Joseph's A are just going to keep control here. Hopefully there'll be no steering incidents as they come down now, well past the 1,000 metre mark. It is still on the far side, steady state stuff from the crew from Shannon. They're just striding out, they're in control, the occasional glance over to see the other crews, and then it is St. Joseph's A and Castleconnell really putting the push on each other here. The St. Joseph's crew coming back a little bit, but I think Castleconnell are aware they've done enough to open up a lead for the first 3 qualifying spots. So Heat A, the men's junior 18 pairs, and hand over to you. It is on the enclosure side, Shannon, centre of the course, Castleconnell, and St. Joseph's A. They look like the 3 qualifying spots in the first heat. Over to you at the finish.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Brian. So men's junior 18 Coxless pairs. About 500 metres left to go. This is probably the most difficult boat of them all to be able to get down the course. Guys have 1 oar each, one of them steering with his foot, so they're asked to do an awful lot here and a lot to think about. But on the enclosure side, in lane 1, Shannon leading the way at Famous Club on the bridge in Limerick. That beautiful old boathouse, these 2 guys would have rowed out of there. They do, and they're leading the way, but under pressure there from, now don't forget, 3 crews qualified, so there's a bit of cat and mouse going on here, but in the middle now in lane 2, in lane 3, Castle Connell.
Number 2 and 3. 3 is leading.
So, apologies there now as they come into view. It's Castle Connell now who lead the way here. They've got about a half a length. All these crews, only three crews will qualify for the final. So 1 and 2 safely home with Castle Connell in leading the way here. Shannon on the near side look like they're going to take that third position. So it's Castle Connell from St. Joseph's and Shannon. There's the 3 crews who look at this point now that with only a few strokes left to qualify for the final later on, the men's junior 18 Coxless pairs. And back to Brian now for the second heat of the men's junior 18 Coxless pairs. Over to you, Brian.
The second heat has gone through the 500 metre mark, and as they approach us here, we're going to pick up the second heat. 3 crews again to qualify here for 6-boat final, and it looks like it is the crew in the centre of the course, Presentation Cork. They are nicely that they have opened up here over the crews from Enniskillen and Shandon, and nearest to us as well, Closhignoy. So just picking up this race, it is Presentation Cork. They have about a 3-length lead over Enniskillen in second place, Closhignoy in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and on the far side, Shandon and Shannon B are the crews in 5th and 6th. So with 3 crews to qualify, the Presentation crew are in control here. They are striding out nice, clean rowing, and they are able to look to their left and right to see the crews and know that they are in control for that first qualifying spot. A nice little tussle here for second and third between Closhignoy and Enniskillen, and they will spur each other on and help each other out because the second and third qualifying spots are still available in the second heat of the men's junior 18 pair. Coming up on 1,000 metres, it's still Presentation leading Enniskillen now, moving into second place, and the crew from Closhignoy just keeping an eye on Enniskillen, and they also need to watch the Shandon crew on the far lane to ensure that they're in control of the third qualifying spot. So 3 of the 5, it is Presentation from Enniskillen. Closh now just putting on a slight push to put a bit of pressure on the Enniskillen pair. And then in 4th place, Shandon just putting on a push as well. I think they realise that they need to try stay in touch if they're going to take that third qualifying spot. The Shannon crew are some way back in 5th place at the moment. As they come up towards you, you will be able to see centre of the course, Presentation. They're in control. The Closhignoy crew now have moved into second place ahead of Enniskillen. And of course the crews will be aware that they're the top 3 with those qualifying spots, and maybe they're conserving energy for the final. A little bit of sunshine here is helping out as well, always makes things a bit easier. So coming up towards the enclosure, it is Presentation's centre of the course, leading. A little bit of a wobble there from the Closhignoy crew, but they've recovered well. And in 3rd place, Enniskillen. There you 1, 2 and 3 in the men's junior 18 pair second heat. So we'll hand over to you for Presentation leading the way.
Heat 2 now coming into view, about 250 metres to go, men's junior 18 Coxless pairs. Presentation leading the way. Presentation Cork. Out in the middle there in lane 4. 3 crews to qualify, so it's Lost Ignite, the Jets from Galway, and Enniskillen Road Grammar School. Those 3 crews now looking like, barring a disaster, will make it through to the final of the men's senior ready cup with pairs later on this afternoon. So Presentation Cork lead the way home here from Lost Ignite, from Enniskillen Royal Grammar School. They're the top 3. And as they come up to the line, there's no change, and they will be in the final later on this afternoon. We look forward to that one. So that's your 6 crews now as they cross the line. We know the final lineup for the men's junior 18 cups as pairs. So we're going to go back up to the start now. We've got the men's club Cox 4s, Heat A of 2 heats. Brian, take it away.
First heat has gone through the 500 metre mark. Sun is just coming out here in through the clouds to give us a nice little sparkle on the water as they come through the 500 metres. St. Joseph's not racing here, so it is a 3-boat race with 2 crews to qualify between UCD, Shandon and Skibbereen. And nearest to us is UCD, centre of the course, Shandon, and on the far side is the crew from Skibbereen. Just hear the encouragement from the Coxes as they approach us here. On the far side it looks like it's the Skibbereen crew. Very little between them, UCD and Shandon. Nearest to us as well. So, as they just come up towards us, it's the Skibbereen crew. They've got just about a length and a half lead over UCD, with Shandon very little between the 2 crews for second and third place. Again, just 2 crews to qualify here to advance into the finals. So they're coming up well through the 500 metre mark now with Skibbereen leading, and barely half a canvas now between UCD and Shandon, and it is the UCD crew currently in second place and Shandon in third. And again, side by side, these 2 crews from UCD and Shandon. So if they can push each other on, they can put a bit of pressure on Skibbereen, who are out there on their own in lane 5 nearest the enclosure. And a big push from Skibbereen. They've taken the rate right up. Nice middle of the course push there to try to open up more clear water, but they're not moving away. The crews from UCD and Shandon are staying in touch. This mini battle that they have going on in lanes 2 and 3 is allowing them to stay in touch with Skibbereen on the far side. It's still a little bit of a push here now from UCD. Shandon need to keep in touch. They're in danger of slipping back and losing out on that second qualifying spot. But on the far side, Skibbereen, perhaps just having a look over to our left to see where the crews are. They have not been able to move out into an open water lead. They've probably got just barely a quarter of a length over UCD now, so very close racing here, and UCD looking to move away from the Shandon crew to get that second qualifying spot. This is going to be a fantastic finish here. Skibbereen have not been able to move away, and if anything, the UCD and Shandon crews look like they're going to come through that Skibbereen crew. UCD, nice big push from the guys here nearest to us, and as they approach the finish there and into the run-in, it's UCD now looking like they have taken up the lead from Skibbereen, and I'll hand over to you for this very exciting finish in the first heat of the men's club 4s.
Well, we still have a long way to go. If you're in that race, you've got 500 metres left, so only 3/4 of the way through this race. 3 boats, 2 to qualify for the final of the men's club Cox 4s later on. Skibbereen have led the way most of the way, and they're on the near side, so they're on the near side to where we are on the enclosure. That's Skibbereen, you're looking at them now nearest to you, watching them. In the middle, then you have Shandon, and on the far side, UCD. So 2 crews to qualify. I'd say at this point now, it's Shandon in the middle who need to play catch up. UCD pushing into second position, probably come out to nearly a length there on the Shandon crew, and coming out and hunting down the crew of the lead.
Drone.
So we've got our drone back up now, so you can see a great view of this race. And on the far side now, it's UCD who pushed out into front. So watching them now, men's club, Cox 4s, UCD, from Skibbereen, and there's a tremendous battle now. UCD have made a massive push, and they've taken into that, they've moved into first position. And as we watch them come up now with about 200 metres left, about 30 odd strokes, it's UCD are going to, looks like it's going to be theirs to win it, and then a tremendous fight on now between Skibbereen and Shandon. Looks like Skibbereen now have about a canvas, but Shandon aren't letting them go. They're attacking them now. They're desperately to move back in here. Skibbereen hold the edge here now as we move up towards the line. Looks like Skibbereen are going to come in here in second position as Shandon throw the kitchen sink at them. It's UCD now across the line from Skibbereen and Shandon. We'll await an official result. Great race. 2 to qualify to the club men's 4. We'll hand you back to Brian now for Heat 2. Hopefully that'll be as good as the first one. Brian.
So Heat 2 in the men's club 4 race with 3 crews to qualify. It will be in lane 2 UL, lane 3 UCD, lane 4 DUBC and lane 5 Neptune. We're just making our way up to the 500 metre mark now, drying out as we do so. And nice to see the sun coming out, and just see up to the start that the second heat is underway. So we'll pick them up shortly. Once again, 3 crews to qualify out of the 4 to join the 2 crews from the previous race, which looked like it was a very exciting finish. So I look forward to seeing who it was that advanced from Heat A, the men's club 4. Heat B, I said lane 2 UL, lane 3 UCD, lane 4 DUBC and lane number 5 Neptune. They're off the start. Let's see, they're making their way through the first few hundred metres of this 4-boat race with 3 crews to qualify. Still a crosswind coming from lane 6 across to lane 1. So a little bit of shelter as they go through the 500 metre mark, and then it opens up. But nothing compared to the race in this morning, the conditions that the crews had. So some nice clean rowing here from the men's club 4s. Nearest to us, UL in lane 2, that's on the far side from the enclosure, and UCD beside them in lane 3, DUBC in lane 4, and Neptune nearest the enclosure on lane 5. 3 crews to qualify, and it looks like the crews from UL, UCD and Neptune. Slight correction there. UL, DUBC and Neptune look like the 1, 2 and 3, with the crew from UCD some bit back as they come through. Just coming through 500 metres, it does look like the Trinity crew, DUBC in lane number 4. Right beside them, their Dublin neighbours, Neptune, in lane number 5. And then nearest to us, the UL crew, and the crew from UCD just putting a push back on there to stay in touch with UL. And again, 3 out of the 4 crews to qualify for the final, as they've just gone through about 600 metres. And it looks like the Trinity crew, they are leading just about 3/4 of a length from Neptune. And then nearest to us, UL. And then from UL, the crew from UCD staying in touch. About 2 lengths separating first and fourth here in the second heat of the men's club 4. Some nice pace on the boat in the Trinity crew, centre of the course in lane number 4. They're looking to extend their lead now and stay in control of this race. And the Neptune crew, who were in touch for the first 500, are in danger of moving back into 4th place now, as the UL crew Furthest from you in the enclosure have moved into second place ahead of UCD and Neptune. Again, just 3 crews to qualify out of the 4, rather cruelly, in the second heat of the men's club 4. In control, centre of the course, it is Trinity. And then nearest to us in the commentary launch, it is UL. And UL, nice push here, taking the rate right up. Some clean rowing from the UL crew. And they are putting pressure on now Trinity in first place. So it's Trinity striding out. UL pushing on into second place, and then Neptune and UCD, very little. There's probably a canvas separating third and fourth for that last qualifying spot. Coming up, they've gone through 1,000 metres now, and UL rowing very nicely here. Not the greatest of starts, so they were some bit back, but they are staying well in touch with the Trinity crew. They look nice and relaxed, as do Trinity. They've opened a clear water lead now, so just about a length lead over the crews that are back in third and fourth place. So UL and Trinity, they're the 1 and 2, and then very little between a very relaxed UCD and Neptune. They look like they're racing at the head of the river rather than a qualifying for a championship final as they come through 1,000 metres. It's still going to be Trinity leading from UL. And now UCD, maybe they heard me and my whispering, they've taken the rate right up and are putting nice push on, and the Neptune crew are in danger of losing touch here and losing that third qualifying spot in the second heat of the men's club 4. Should be coming into view for the finish now, just coming up on the last 500 metres. Trinity again responding, so it's going to be Trinity from UL, UCD now in third place, and the Neptune crew are waking up in fourth and might put pressure on that UCD crew for the third qualifying spot. So as I hand over to you, it's going to be Trinity, UL and UCD, the 1, 2 and 3.
Thanks, Brian. So men's club Cox 4's semi-final, 3 to qualify. The UBC, Dublin University Boat Club, they lead the way there out in the middle in first position. So that's DUBC, and then University of Limerick on in second position on the far side in lane 2. They're 1, 2. It looks like UCD now have taken over third position on their own from Neptune Rowing Club. 3 to qualify.
Go to the drone view here.
So as we watch it, and then you can see online then the drone, which is back up again now that the wind has dropped. Some great pictures coming in of this semi-final of the men's club Cox 4's. The UBC now just taking it down because they know 3 to qualify. We need to just hold back, keep their powder dry, as they say, and the rate dropping. UCD in third position. So it looks like Neptune are going to miss out in this final now in fourth position. So it's DUBC from University of Limerick, from UCD, from Neptune. That's the 4, 3 to qualify into the final of the men's club Cox 4's. DUBC crossed the line from University of Limerick, from UCD, from Neptune. So that's the men's club Cox 4's lineup decided for the final later on this afternoon at 18:40 this evening. We have a little break now until 5:30, and then we come back and we've got a tremendous lineup for you. We've got 10 finals, 10 championship finals, starting with the men's intermediate 8 final, straight final between Cork Commercial UCD Boat Club at 17:30. We'll be back then live for you, and we've got the drone up as well because the wind has dropped and it looks like the sun is coming out, and we look forward to that. We'll see you back here then for 5:30 men's intermediate 8s. Right,
When you're the first boat pushing across the lake and it's nice and calm, you feel like you're exploring unknown territory.
Being out on the water is, that's like the Garden of Eden. That's peace. That's somewhere where you leave your problems behind.
I have my own business and you're under pressure, but you step in the boat, push off the slip, everything is left behind you.
You don't have to be the strongest, but you can still win just by being really technically good, figuring out what the water is doing and what you need to do to make it work.
The easier it looks, the better it is, but at the same time, it takes a lot to make it look easy. It's a bit like an iceberg. They see the top bit, but there's a lot happening under the surface.
It's for all ages. I've seen 8-year-olds out rowing, I've seen 80-year-olds out rowing, so I think it's for everyone. And it doesn't have to be a big competitive sport that all you want to do is race. I mean, I'm a para rower, so I'm TA, which is trunk and arms. So when I'm rowing, I don't use my legs at all.
There are folks in every kind of community that take part, and it's a sport which brings people together. If you're sitting in a boat with somebody else from a different work environment or a different social environment, you're depending on them and they're depending on you.
I'm always in a single, but it's not really just me who does it. First, there's a team.
At the top level, there is an awful lot of pressure in this sport. You have to perform, especially if you've set your goals and vocalised them, you do need to perform. You know, that actually gave me the confidence to take a career in medicine, which is a tough career. We have tough bosses. I kind of felt coming from rowing, I'd always seen a tougher coach. So it didn't really bother me as much. It just gives you the confidence to go and do something, you know.
I've been able to associate my general approach to life with some of the skills that I've learned. I mean, planning, discipline, a belief in oneself, and especially when the chips are down and I've had some difficult situations, I've never given up on myself and I've never given up on where I hope to be.
I since went on into business after rowing, and still nothing was tougher than the 10 years of hard training I'd done as an oarsman. Nothing.
There's a lot of failure along the way. You learn from it, and it's the same in work. Not everything works perfectly, not everything goes to plan.
I was so lucky that I did get to race internationally and I got all the buzz of competition, which, you know, was really hard to live without actually now. I think it means a lot for people to row for Ireland, and people do support each other an awful lot.
Irish people can realise that they can be the best in the world, and we've a programme in place now at Rowing Ireland where we're going to try and achieve that. We have the ambition to do that, and we have a plan in place to do it as well.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Sound is back.
Welcome back, everybody, for this evening's rowing finals, day 1, Irish Rowing Championships. We've got 10 finals coming up now, beginning with the men's intermediate eights, who are just getting onto the starting blocks. Richie, go ahead over.
We're ready to start the eights here if you want to talk in.
Yeah, just give me a second over. So we've got the men's intermediate eights final now with 3 crews, Cork Commercial UCD Boat Club, and they're on the blocks about to start very shortly. So I'm going to hand you over to Richie now, who's right up there now to take it as they line up for the start, 3 crews. Over to you, Richie.
So perfect conditions up here at the start of the men's intermediate 8 final between Cork Commercial and UCD. The 3/8 just on the starting blocks now. And the umpire and starter just getting them underway. So the series of finals to finish off the day here, starting with the men's intermediate 8, and maybe in the background you just hear there, the crews are underway. Nice roar from the bridge, a lot of support up there for the 3 crews from Cork Commercial and UCD. So fantastic clean start from all 3 crews. Cork, of course, so dominant in intermediate rowing over the last couple of seasons. Commercial centre of the course and UCD.
There you go.
Just coming up to past the first 150 metres, and of course in the 8th race they're going to be very, very close, very little between all 3 crews, with barely a canvas separating the 3/8 now. Cork in lane 3, Commercial centre of the course in lane 4, and UCD on the far side in lane 5. So coming up on the 500 metre mark now, and again very little between the 3 crews. And in the centre of the course, maybe the Commercial crew with a slight lead. So the crews will be lengthening out here after coming through the start and the pushes that they put on. And again, absolutely nothing. I'd say there's a canvas separating all 3 crews here between Cork Commercial and UCD. So it will be interesting to see which of these crews can get into their middle of the course racing stride, and see if anyone can open up a little bit of clear water here. Push on from Commercial centre of the course. They've taken the rate up as they go through the 500 metre mark, and they have just opened a little bit of a lead over the crews from UCD beside them, and Cork in lane number 3 very much staying in touch. There's very little again between all 3 crews as they come up to about 700 metres gone. Commercial centre of the course, leading this final of the men's intermediate 8 on day 1 of our championship regatta. Nice steady rowing from the guys from Commercials. The Cork crew keeping in touch, and UCD now just coming a little bit into trouble there and moving back into 3rd place. So it looks like Cork and Commercial, they're the 1 and 2. UCD now need to stay in touch. They are about half a length back. The Cork crew rowing very nicely here. They're middle of the course. Rowing is really suiting them. And this race, just a quick glance from the stroke over to his left to see the crews from Commercial and UCD. A push on from Cork here now, as they know that they have about a quarter of a length over Commercial, and they want to extend on that as they come through the 1,000 metres. At 1,000 metres it is Cork Boat Club leading from Commercial and UCD, but there is just about a length separating all 3 crews. UCD now moving back, and it is the 2 crews from Cork and Commercial battling it out for the final of the men's intermediate 8 championship. Cork have a number of wins over the last couple of seasons at intermediate. Commercial staying in touch with these guys here though as they come up towards the viewing enclosure. It's still Cork. I would say about a quarter of a length lead over Commercial, and a big push on from UCD now. They realise It's now or never for UCD in third place in the final of the men's intermediate 8. Commercial, another push on from them, but the Cork crew look like they will maintain control here, but anything can happen coming into the last few hundred metres. Coming up now to 500 to go. Cork, barely a quarter length lead. Commercial staying with them. This is going to be a fantastic finish for you coming up as they come up to 500 to go. 500 to go and Commercial are pushing again. Very little between them, but UCD looks like they are out in third place now, so it is going to be Cork and Commercial. Commercial putting on another big push here, but Cork are responding. So as we hand over to you in the finish, it's going to be leading in lane 3 Cork, in second place lane 4 Commercial, and the UCD crew in third place in the men's intermediate 8.
Thank you, Brian. Men's intermediate 8 final. Cork Boat Club on the far side. Lead from Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, who are hunting them down here now, desperately trying to stay on their tails. UCD have fallen back into third position. Cork Boat Club, a strong club rowing. They had a crew in Henley men's 8, and they're Commercial now attacking them. They probably have about a third of a length to half a length on Commercial Rowing Club. Cork continue to lead in front. There's about 220 metres to go. Cork lead by about a half a length. Are they pushing out by another man or two from Commercial? Commercial need to go now. There's about 30 strokes left or less. So Cork out to half a length. Commercial have to go now. They have to absolutely attack them. Cork lead, men's intermediate 8 final. UCD back in third, it's about a length of clear water behind Commercial. Cork a half a length ahead of Commercial Dublin. Are Cork going to take this men's intermediate 8 title home with them down the road into the city on the marina? Cork Boat Club up to the line. Cork Boat Club from Commercial Dublin, from UCD Boat Club. So after that tremendous final, a win for Cork Boat Club. The next race on the card is the women's senior doubles final, and I'll hand you back to Brian, who'll give you the lineup.
So great win there for Cork in the men's intermediate 8. They hung on at the finish. Next up is going to be the women's senior doubles final. Again, a 3-boat race here between Commercial, Killorglin and UCC. We're just coming up on the 500 metre mark now. The crews are on these stage boats. This is going to be our second final of this afternoon's session in the women's senior double. After that, we're going to have a 6-boat final in the women's club 4. Always great to see, and that will be followed right after with a final of the women's junior 19 single, and again a 6-boat race there. But next up, the women's senior double. Commercial, Killorglin and UCC are the 3 crews racing. And as I glance up towards the start, they are not quite on the starting blocks yet. Conditions ideal now. There's a bit of a tailwind after coming up there in the last half hour or so. So with the rain holding off, it's a nice tailwind for the crews. Help out the lighter crews as well. So that women's senior double coming up between Commercial, Killorglin and UCC, and afterwards it will be the final of the women's club 4. That 6-boat race between Shannon, UCD, NUIG, Neptune, Skibbereen and UL in the women's club 4. So they're on the start here for the women's senior double. Three-boat race again, as I mentioned, Commercial, Kilorgan and UCC. Just waiting for the starter to get them underway. Nice bit of sunshine. Makes a big change from racing this morning. And that tailwind will help the crews along and hopefully get off to a clean start here in the final of the women's senior double. So 10 finals in this afternoon's session. The first of the finals, win for Cork in the men's intermediate 8, and now the women's senior doubles are just underway. Cleanly off the start from all three crews, Commercial, Kilorgan and UCC. The inter-double this morning won by the crew from UL, and Kilorgan were second. I wonder if this is the same Kilorgan crew competing in the women's senior double. They're coming up to about 100 metres gone, and it is UCC on the far side. UCC leading from Kilorgan and Commercial. Right in between the three double sculls. Oh, a little mistake there from Commercial. They recovered well, and let's see if they can stay in touch. Coming up towards about 250, 300 gone. UCC leading half a length over Kilorgan, centre of the course, and then Commercial just back in third at the moment. They've recovered from a little bit of a speed bump that they had there, just going through 250. Coming up on the 500 metre mark, it's still UCC leading from Kilorgan. They're the 1 and 2, and they've now opened up clear water over the crew from Commercial, who look like they're in a little bit of trouble back there in third place. But very close between the two doubles from Kilorgan and UCC. Barely half a length separating them. Some steady rowing from Kilorgan, nice and relaxed, lower rate UCC. The crew from Commercial just running into some steering issues here. UCC a lot more pace on their boat, higher rating going through 500 metres, nice push. And the crew from Commercial have actually pulled up here beside us. I think that issue that they had earlier on has affected them, and they are some way off. They've had to adjust their course, and the umpire is just helping them now. So unfortunately, that Commercial crew running into a bit of trouble there. They're just going to paddle on, and the umpire is going to make it their way up to the leading boats, which are UCC still leading from Kilorgan. Very little, they're still in touch with each other. There's certainly no clear water open between the two crews. Definitely the crew from UCC with a higher rate, about a half a length lead from Kilorgan. Nice steady state from the Kilorgan double. Some great rowing, some sculling here from these two crews, nice and clean, making the most of the good conditions that we have here in this evening's session. And still it is UCC leading, but the Kilorgan double staying in touch. There is probably just a boat length between the two crews, and a push from either crew could change the positions very easy. They're coming up on 1,000 metres, and now we can see the Kilorgan crew taking the rate up, and they are putting a bit of pressure on UCC. UCC responding in this three-boat race between for the final of the women's senior double between Kilorgan and UCC, and Commercial now just clear water. They're just going to paddle through, I think, and complete the race. But up in front it is UCC and Kilorgan. UCC extending the lead now that they had maybe half a length, but Kilorgan are very much in touch, and it's going to be a very close finish for the final of the women's senior double as they come up towards 1,000 metres. So very little between the two double sculls between Kilorgan and UCC. Kilorgan just the person in bow, just girding the bow, just giving a quick glance over to UCC, see where they are, and they are looking at putting a push in. We're going to back off a little bit here for the Commercial crew that are somebody back in third, but Looking ahead down the course as they come up to about 750 to go, it looks like UCC leading from Killorglin, but anything had changed in that last run-in, last few hundred metres, and the Killorglin crew come back on UCC, take the rate up and see what pushes they can put on. So we're going to hand over to you shortly here, and as they approach you for the final of the women's senior double, it looks like UCC, and still holding on to the lead that they took off of the start, but that Killorglin double looking nice and clean, and they look like they are capable of putting in a push that maybe might put pressure on the UCC double. So we'll hand it over to you for the exciting finish of the women's senior double between Killorglin and UCC.
So final of the women's senior double sculls. You no doubt, reason UCC are travelling at a high rate. The Olympic lightweight double scull finishing in 8th position there only a number of weeks ago in Tokyo. Eva Casey and Margaret Kremen for UCC leading the way home here from the Killorglin double, stroked by Monica DeCosta, who was in the pair. So 3 of these 4 girls have rowed just back from the Olympics. So UCC leading the way here. What a beautiful evening. The sun has come out now and everybody is happy as we watch this senior double sculls, women's senior double sculls come down the course. This is a lightweight crew winning in the lead and being attacked by Killorglin. I've no doubt Monica's going to throw everything at them now to try and put in a performance here to hunt down the women's lightweight double scull who represented Ireland at the Olympics in Tokyo and finishing in a very, very credible 8th position. They lead the way. University College Cork lead the way here from Killorglin. It's a 2-boat race, commercial having dropped out with some technical issues. We've got about 250 metres left here now. As University College Cork now not having it all their own way. They're absolutely being attacked by Killorglin. This is a very brave performance by Killorglin. They're probably only a length off them and they're just about attached to their stern. There's a rubber band attached to these 2 crews now and UCC can't break away from them. Let's see how this progresses now with about 30 strokes to go as they both crews raise their rate. Here we go. About 25, 30 strokes as they head for the line. There's less than a length in it, maybe just a length. University College Cork now just need to hang on. But this is not easy for them. This is a great performance by Killorglin. About 10 strokes left. University College Cork. Up to the line we come now. Just a few strokes left. They take it. University College Cork from Killorglin. Women's Senior Double Sculls final. Championship final. Great race. So the next race now, we're going to head back up to Richie, which will start very shortly. The final of the Women's Club 4, Cox 4. Richie, if you want to get the lineup, I'll hand over to you now. Not sure if you heard me, Richie. You can give the lineup there, over.
So next up is the final of the Women's Club 4 6-boat race, which of course is what we want to see in all of our championship races. It will be between Shannon, UCD, NUIG, Neptune, Skibbereen and UL. And the crews are on the start, just waiting for the starter to get them underway here in our 3rd final of the season session, the Women's Club 4. After that, we're going to have some sculling races with the final of the Women's Junior 19 single and the Women's Junior 18 single as well. The 6 fastest boats from those earlier time trials competing for the final of the Women's Junior 18 single. But back here we have the Women's Club 4, Shannon, UCD, NUIG, Neptune, Skibbereen and UL. 6 boats on the start. Perfect conditions here. Very slight tailwind. The sun is shining, which always makes things better for rowing. Better than the rain that we had earlier on this morning. and hopefully a fantastic race in prospect here for the final of the Women's Club 4. Crews are just making their last few adjustments, making sure that their bow is pointing in the direction that they want to be going. Just hearing the umpire now going through and reading out the crews. So the start imminent here in the final of the Women's Club 4 final. Away cleanly here in the final of the Women's Club 4. So crews are just going through the first few strokes. Their starts underway, big push on from all the crews before they get into the stride and middle of the course racing. 6 boats here in the final of the Women's Club 4. Shannon, UCD, NUIG, Neptune, Skibbereen and UL. Just coming up now to about 100 metres off the start. And the crews from UL and Skibbereen, they look like the 1 and 2 at the moment. They have opened up about a length lead now, so UL and Skibbereen, they're the 1 and 2, and then Shannon, UCD and NUIG and Neptune, very little between them for the other positions. Coming up now to the 500 metre mark, it's still nearest the enclosure, the crew from UL leading, Skibbereen very much in touch here, probably just half a length separating them. And then now, as they stride out, it is the Shannon crew in 3rd place. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then a slight half bolt back to UCD, NUIG and Neptune currently in 6th place. The 500 metre mark now in sight for the crews. Nice little boost for them as they come off the start, and their pushes, they're getting into that middle of the course stuff. Sun is shining, a lot of sunglasses out here as opposed to the rainwear that we had earlier on. And it's still the crew from UL. They've led from the start. The Skibbereen crew very much staying in touch with them, just half a length between UL and Skibbereen, and they are side by side in lanes 5 and 6, spurring each other on. And then on the far side to them, it is the crew from Shannon, currently in 3rd place, ahead of the crew from NUIG, who have now moved into 4th, ahead of UCD, and Neptune back in 6th place. So some fantastic rowing from the UL crew, very long strokes, powerful in the water, slightly lower rate than the other crews, and they look like they are in control here. They've just opened up another bit of a lead now, and it is a 1 length lead that UL have over the crew from Skibbereen beside them in lane number 5. They're the 1 and 2. Shannon still in 3rd, just ahead of the crew from NUIG in this final of the Women's Club 4. UL pushing on again now, they're opening up clear water. They're about a length and a quarter now ahead of Skibbereen. They're the 1 and 2, and again there's a little bit of clear water between them and NUIG and Shannon, who are battling it out for 3rd and 4th. UCD staying in touch, and Neptune back in 6th place. But the UL crew rowing very, very nicely on in lane number 6. They have pushed on again, and they are in control of this race here. They've opened up now a length and a half, if not more, of a lead over the crew from Skibbereen in 2nd place. And then a real tussle for 3rd, 4th and 5th between NUIG, who have now moved into 3rd place ahead of the Shannon crew, and UCD back in 5th and Neptune in 6th. They're coming up now to the marker for about 500 to go, 1,000 to go. And it's still UL pushing on now. They're in control of this race here ahead of Skibbereen, who are still pushing. But you can see that the UL crew, they have a lower rate, nice steady state, some beautiful rowing, very clean, and they are pushing their boat on and moving out even a further lead ahead of the Skibbereen crew. NUIG now have moved into 3rd place, and if they keep the speed up, they will be putting pressure on that Skibbereen crew for 2nd place. And UCD and Shannon battling it out there for 4th and 5th, and Neptune in 6th. And it is the UCD crew just coming through. Shannon now into 4th place. But as they come up to in view for you, you will be able to see nearest to you in lane 6 the crew from UL. Still being pushed by Skibbereen, but they have a Clearwater lead. It's probably a length and a half lead. UL over Skibbereen. And NUIG now in 3rd place ahead of UCD and Neptune and Shannon in 5th and 6th. So from the start, the crew from UL have led this race in the final of the Women's Club 4. Skibbereen have done their best to stay in touch and put pressure on them, but UL have controlled this race from start. And let's see if they can control it into the finish as well in the final of the Women's Club 4. Nearest the enclosure, UL in lane number 6, leading from Skibbereen in 2nd place and NUIG in 3rd. There your 1, 2 and 3 as a handover to you for the last 500. It is UL in control, Skibbereen in 2nd, and the crew from NUIG in 3rd place.
Coming into view, the Women's Club Cox 4s, and it's University of Limerick on the near side now. Out in front, looking very dominant here, with about 450 metres to go. As they look back on all the other crews, the crew on the near side, University of Limerick, from Skibbereen to their right in lane 5. So they're the 1, 2, UCD then over in lane 4 in 3rd. That's the 1, 2, 3. But it's University of Limerick leading the way here. They probably have about 2 lengths now from Skibbereen at this point. So it's looking pretty good for the University of Limerick crew as they push towards the last 350 metres of the Women's Club Cox 4 Final Championship. Looking very controlled, University of Limerick. As you can see, sweep rowing, 1 over each with the cocks in the bow. Out behind them, they're pushing the cocks along. It's a heavy enough boat. Strong, controlled rowing from them now, with about 2 lengths of clear water from Skibbereen, but about another 2 lengths back to UCD. UCD in 4th position. Shannon and Neptune then in 5th and 6th. So well spread out here. Nice rowing from University of Limerick now as they got about less than 10 strokes to take this title. Women's Club Cox 4s as they head towards the line. University of Limerick come across the line, taking it from Skibbereen in 2nd position. NUIG coming along in 3rd position, followed by UCD. Neptune have moved into 5th. And that's the winner. University of Limerick take the title. Women's Club Cox 4s. So the next race, 6 p.m. start, is the Women's Junior 19 single sculls. This is an event Brian will tell you all about. It's a one-off event this year. And we have 6 crews. Brian will give you the call off there. I'll hand it over to you now, Brian.
Thanks, Jerry. So next up is the Women's Junior in 19 single scull. A bit of an unusual race given no championship last year, but it's great that these scullers are getting the chance to compete here at this year's championships. We have a 6-boat final here between Carlo Scully in lane number 1, Fermoy O'Mahony in lane number 2, Carrick Reynolds in lane number 3, Fermoy Bergen in lane number 4, Commercial Healy in lane number 5, and St. Michael's Benson in lane number 6. We're just coming up now to about 100 metres from the start, and the scullers are all lined up there. And we'll pick this up shortly. So again, conditions staying the same now in the second half of the regatta today. So there's a nice bit of a tailwind there. Ideal conditions, great to get a clean start and get underway. And I don't think there's any favour to the lanes that are here, especially off the start. It's nice and sheltered start here in the women's junior 18 single and this 6-boat race, which will be followed then shortly afterwards with the final of the women's junior 18 single, and those scullers coming through the time trials this earlier on today. So we'll have our fastest 6 boats in the final of the women's junior 18 single, after which of course we'll have some pairs racing, another junior 19 pairs race. It'll be a 4-boat final, and then the men's junior 18 pairs race from the heats that we had earlier on. But under started orders now, it is the women's junior 19 single scull 6-boat final. And they're just underway. Let's see if it's a clean start here for the scullers in the final of the women's junior 19 single scull. All cleanly away. And again, a 6-boat race here between, in lane 1, Carlo Scully, lane 2, Fermoy O'Mahony, lane 3, Carrick Reynolds, lane 4, Fermoy Bergen, lane 5, Commercial Healy, and lane 6, St. Michael's Benson. And the crew's now just coming through the first 150-200 metre mark. And on your side, Fermoy Commercial and St. Michael's, they look like the 1, 2 and 3 as they go through. With the sculling races, of course, anything can change in the centre of the course. Some of these scullers will favour a quick start. Others like to do centre of the course racing and then put that big finish on. So going through the first 500 metres, coming up on the 500 metre mark. Centre of the course, Fermoy Bergen in lane number 4, leading ahead of Commercial Healy and St. Michael's Benson and Fermoy O'Mahony as well. And then just back a little bit is Carlo Scully and Carrick Reynolds. 500 metre mark just coming up, and again they're into their stride now. They've gone off the start, they've done their pushes, and they're getting ready for this middle of the course stuff. And centre of the course in lane number 4, it is Fermoy Bergen leading from Commercial Healy. There's about a half a length between those two scullers in first and second place, and then the rower from St. Michael's is in third place, and also Fermoy O'Mahony, they're battling it out for third and fourth. A little bit of clear water then back to Carrick Reynolds and Carlo Scully in 5th and 6th position. Commercial, nice bit of a push here from Commercial Healy. She doesn't want to lose touch with Fermoy Bergen, so the two scullers there have gone through the 500 metre mark, and I'd say there's half a length separating them, but still Fermoy Bergen, she's led off the start. Commercial Healy staying in touch, and then Ava Benson from St. Michael's in third place now, and staying in touch in the 1, 2 and 3, and then in lane 2 Fermoy O'Mahony in fourth place, and Fermoy O'Mahony now needs to put on a bit of a squeeze here, or she's in danger of losing touch with the first 3 scullers. Coming through about 750, it is still Fermoy Bergen. She's done a great job getting out to an early lead off of the start, and some very powerful rowing from her. Old style finish from the Fermoy sculler, leaning right the way back in and bringing the oar handles in with her and sending the boat away in lane number 4. Staying in touch, a slightly higher rate is the sculler from Commercial Healy. She's in second place and keeping the pressure on Bergen from Fermoy for that first spot in the final of the women's junior 19 single scull. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and Ava Benson from St. Michael's in third place. And as we know with sculling races, it can all come down to who has the best finish, and especially when they start hearing the cheers from the enclosure and they see those boys changing colour and they know they're running to the last few hundred metres. So straight final here in the women's junior 19 single. They didn't have to race earlier on, so it's all or nothing in this one race for the final. And it's still Fermoy Bergen, centre of the course in lane number 4. She's leading from Commercial Healy. Right beside her in lane number 5, and Ava Benson from St. Michael's in lane 6. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then there is a clear water back to Fermoy O'Mahony in fourth place, ahead of Carrick Reynolds and Carlo Scully. But they're the 4th, 5th and 6th. So coming up still it is from Bergen. She's led from the start and she is really rowing well here. Very powerful rowing with a very nice finish as well, sending the boat away, centre of the course, leading ahead of Commercial Healy and Benson St. Michael's. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the final of the women's junior 19 single. Right after this we're going to have the women's junior 18 single, with Benson from St. Michael's now putting on a bit of a push, put some pressure on Commercial Healy for second place. Leading still, it is Fermoy Bergen, centre of the course, and sunshine basking down on our scullers here as they come towards you into the finishing closure. And Ava Benson from St. Michael's putting on a nice push here. She's going to put some pressure on Commercial Healy for second place, and if those two scullers can push each other, a little glance there from Commercial Healy over to St. Michael's, and let's see if we can get a response. And if they can push each other on, they might put pressure on Fermoy Bergen, who has maintained this lead that she took from the start and really opened up clear water after 500 metres and hasn't looked back since. She's in control, she's centre of the course, looking left and right, she can see the scullers, and she knows that she's in control of this race here and can respond to any of the pushes that are going to be put on. So just come up to the 500 metre mark as I get ready to hand you over here the final of the women's junior 19 single. 6 boats on its way down to you, and centre of the course in lane number 4, it's Fermoy Bergen, leading from Commercial Healy, and Benson St. Michael's. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the final of the women's junior 19 single as I hand it over to you for the last 500.
So into the last 500, the women's junior 19 single sculls, which hopefully we won't have to have ever again. A once off because of all the COVID stuff and everything, but as we watch this race progress down towards us, Fermoy still lead the way. Bergen leads the way out in front now and seems to have pushed out even further now to 2 to 3 lengths from Commercial in lane 2, being hunted down by St. Michael's Benson for that 3rd position. But there's no doubt about it, Fermoy Bergen leading in lane 4 out in front, about 3 to 4 lengths. St. Michael's Benson then on the near side from Commercial Healy in between the two of them. Then back further, we've got Fermoy O'Mahony, 2 Fermoy scullers in this race, and then Carrick Reynolds and Carlo Scully. Into the last 250 metres. Fermoy Bergen looks like, barring any disasters, will take this championship back to the Blackwater in Fermoy. Your Cork boat are winning the men's senior or intermediate 8s. You've now got Fermoy Bergen looking to win the junior 19 single sculls. So it's a good day for Cork so far. Maybe it'll be a brilliant day on Sunday when the hurling comes up. But right now it's Fermoy Bergen going to take this one with 10 strokes to go for the line. As she takes it home now, she knows she's home and hosed there. And in second position, Commercial, she's held. Well, actually, she's been overtaken by the St. Michael's sculler with Commercial in 3rd position. They're the top 3. Great win for Fermoy Bergen. That's the first 3, and then in 4th place and 5th place is a battle on between Fermoy O'Mahony and Carrick Reynolds, followed by the Carlo Scully. So that's a great win for Fermoy in the women's junior 19 single sculls. I'll hand you back to Richie now, where we have the final, the women's junior 18 single sculls, and he'll give you the lineup.
So we're making our way back up to the start here for the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. I hope that when we get up there we'll have a signal so that I can check out the documents and get the draw. I don't actually have the draw for the women's junior 18 single, but if we can get a signal, I'll update you then. So bear with me until we get up to the start. We'll be back shortly with the final of the women's junior 18 single.
So the lineup for the final of the women's junior 18 single sculls: in lane 1 on the far side, Muckris O'Sullivan. In lane 2, Van Hutchinson. In lane 3, Lee Valley Davis. And in lane 4, Coleraine Grammar School Bradley. Lane 5, Belfast Boat Club Mullen. And in lane 6 on the enclosure side, Kenmare O'Neill. So great race coming up here. Lane 3 and 4 now, we've got the two girls freshly back up with their bronze medals from the World Junior Rowing Championships from the double scull. Tremendous bronze medal won by Davis and Bradley. So they're in lanes 3 and 4, and they must be the favourites here in this one. And hopefully Richie will have that lineup now for you, and he'll pick it up now shortly.
Thanks for that, Jerry. They are just off the start here in the final of the women's junior 18 single scull, and they're coming up on about 250 gone. We'll give you an update then. It is Muckross, Ban, Lee Valley, Coleraine Grammar School, Belfast, and Kenmare. They're the lineup. These scullers would have gotten through as the fastest 6 from the time trials that we had earlier on this afternoon to qualify for the final of the women's junior 18 single. So just coming up to 400 metres, and I will be able to tell you that it is Lee Valley in lane number 3, ahead of Coleraine Grammar School. They're the 1 and 2 as to be expected, I think. So it is coming up on 500 metres in the final of the women's junior 18 single. It is Lee Valley, Holly Davis, leading from Coleraine Grammar School Bradley. They're the 1 and 2. They've opened up a little bit of a lead then ahead of Ban, Muckross, Belfast and Kenmare, some bit back. So just coming up on 500 metres, and it is Lee Valley, Holly Davis from Lee Valley. She is rowing on her home turf here. Gone through 500 metres and has opened up about a length and a half lead over Bradley from Coleraine Grammar School. They're the 1 and 2. Staying in touch now is the sculler Van Hutchinson. They're the 1, 2 and 3 going through 500 metres, and then the scullers from Muckross, Belfast and Kenmare back in 4th, 5th and 6th. So Holly Davis here from Lee Valley has really opened up the lead now. She has put a push on going through 500 and has now opened up a Clearwater lead ahead of Bradley from Coleraine Grammar School in 2nd place, and Hutchinson Van in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Very little between the other scullers, but out in control of this race in lane number 3 it is Lee Valley. Davis, she has opened up, as I said, a Clearwater lead ahead of Coleraine Grammar School Bradley in 2nd place, as we watch some of the pairs making their way up to the start for the men's junior 18 and 19 races. But back here it is the final of the women's junior 18 singles. Qualifying through the time trial earlier on today, these are the 6 fastest boats that we had from the 4 time trials this morning. And centre of the course in lane number 3, from the 500 metre mark, she put a big push on and has moved away from the rest of the course. It is Holly Davis from Lee Valley, leading now over the sculler from Coleraine, Bradley, in 2nd place, and Van staying in touch in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and Holly just keeps moving away and away and away here as we go through that middle of the course stuff. It's Lee Valley, Clearwater lead now over the scullers from Coleraine and Van in 2nd and 3rd. And then very little, probably just a length separating the other scullers from Muckross, Belfast and Kenmare for 4th, 5th and 6th. The umpire staying in touch with these guys here But out in front you'll be able to see centre of the course, a distinctive yellow boat. She's pushing on again here now, Holly Davis from Lee Valley. She is in lane number 3 and she's leading from Bradley Coleraine in second place and Van Hutchinson in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the final of the women's junior 18 single sculls. They're coming up with about 500 metre mark is coming into sight now, and again it's a nice boost for the scullers when they can see that 500 metre marker, know that the enclosure is coming up soon, and the finish line, all important finish line, is just a few strokes away for the scullers. Still pushing on centre of the course in lane number 3, it is Lee Valley leading from Coleraine Grammar School in second place. Ban staying in touch in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then Clearwater back to the scullers. There's less than a length separating 4th, 5th and 6th between Muffrock, Belfast and Kenmare for 4th, 5th and 6th. But it's 2 different races here, even 3 different races, because Lee Valley, she's in a class of her own as they come up to the 500 metre mark. In control, centre of the course, rowing very well. Still pushing on, nice high race. She's racing this right towards the line in the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. It is, as we get ready to hand over to you at the 500 metre mark, it is Lee Valley Davis leading from Coleraine Grammar School, Bradley in second place, and third place Van Hutchinson. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the final of the women's junior 18 single as they approach 500 and the finish.
So as expected, the 1 and 2 positions, the 2 girls with their bronze medals from the World Junior Championships from the double scull, leading the way here home with about 450 metres to go. Lee Valley Davis leading from her crew mate from that famous double victory, Bradley from Coleraine Grammar School. And in third position, Van Hutchinson. That's the 1, 2, 3. You can see that, but there's no doubt about it. Lee Valley Davis, this girl is exceptional, and I don't know, I think she's got another couple of years left at this grade, and I think she'll go on to be another class act as she moves further up the grades. So Davis from Lee Valley on her home turf, as Brian alluded to, this is where she trains, and she knows exactly where she is. She's got about 250, maybe only 200 metres to go, and just driving out there now and enjoying it. What a position to be in here to take the women's junior. She just has to finish it out now. Take the women's junior 18 single sculls. Fantastic achievement now. She can just get over the line. Davis from Lee Valley, from Coleraine Grammar School, Bradley, who's had that fantastic bronze medal with her, in second position. So they have stamped their names as being the top 2 junior scullers in the country, and absolutely well done to them. And in a very credible third position, Hutchinson from Ban Rowing Club. That's the 1, 2, 3 now, as Holly Davis takes the title over the line from her teammate now, just coming up to the line, Bradley from Coleraine Grammar School. And in third position, Hutchinson from Ban Rowing Club. So as they come up to the line for 4th, 5th and 6th position in the women's junior 18 single sculls. It's a win for Davis from Lee Valley in the women's junior 18 single sculls. So the next race up now is the the next race up is the men's junior 19 Coxless pairs. And I'll hand over to Brian to give you the lineup.
So we're just making our way back up to the start here for the men's junior 19 pairs. 4-boat straight final here between Skibbereen Commercial, St. Michael's and Castleconnell. Down to the last 5 races of this evening's session. After this junior 19 pairs race, we'll have the final of the men's junior 18 pairs. from the crews that qualified earlier on in the heats, followed shortly after by the men's Club 4, men's senior double, and last race of the day, 6-boat final in the women's intermediate 8. So looking forward to a number of these championships being decided in day 1 of our 3-day championship regatta here. Up at the start, 5 races to go, and this race is the men's junior 19 pair, Skibbereen Commercial, St Michael's and Castleconnell. They're just on the start now, and we are waiting for the starting umpire to get them underway. These junior 19 races, once-off events to accommodate the crews that were unfortunately not able to race last year to the restrictions that were there in the cancelled championship. So it's great that we have these crews competing and that they're out there representing their clubs. And we're hoping for a nice clean start here. Conditions ideal. The sun will be shining into their eyes as they go down their course. And I don't think anyone will be complaining about that, given the weather we had earlier on in the day. Men's junior 19 pairs are underway. Cleanly so far. Umpire is in behind the 4 boats, and they are through the first few strokes. Again, this is a 4-boat race between Skibbereen, Commercial, St Michael's and Castleconnell. And a little bit of a wobble there from the St Michael's crew off of the start. And they've just gone through about 150, 200 metres. We're going to come up to the level for us, and we'll be able to give you an assessment. I can already see it is Skibbereen and Castleconnell who look like they've had the best of starts here in the men's junior 19 pairs. So Skibbereen and Castleconnell, they're the outside lanes, and it is those 2 crews leading ahead of St Michael's and Commercial in 3rd and 4th, but just about 2 lengths separating the crews now as they come up to the 500 metre mark. Skibbereen still rating very high in lane number 2, but it is suiting them, and they are opening up a lead here over Castleconnell and Commercial and St Michael's. So the crews through their start, and they're steadying out now into their middle of the course race, except for the Skibbereen crew who look like they're racing a 500 metre race here. Very high rate, but it's suiting them because, as I said, they're now opening up a little bit of a Clearwater lead ahead of Castleconnell, St Michael's and Commercial. Just approaching the 500 metre mark. It is going to be Skibbereen racing like it's stolen. Ahead of Castleconnell, they're on the far side of the Skibbereen crew. Ahead of St Michael's and Commercial, who have a nice little battle going on here in the centre of the course. And again, if you can push on the crew that's there beside you, you can get back into contention. But it does look like the Skibbereen course now are pushing on yet again, and they are opening up a Clearwater lead. And the Castleconnell crew on the far side running into a little bit of trouble. They're recovering well now, and it's actually the Commercial crew who have moved into 2nd place. So about 700 gone, coming up on 750, 800, and it's Skibbereen still rating very high, but rowing very nicely here. Nice clean rowing from the pair, lifting the boat out of the water and pushing it along, and they have opened up probably a 2-length lead now over Commercial. It's Commercial in 2nd place, ahead of Castleconnell and St Michael's in 3rd and 4th in the final of the men's junior 19 pairs. 1,000 metre marker is going to be in sight for them soon. But the Skibbereen pair, just a quick little glance from the barman over to see where the crews are. He knows that Castleconnell on the far side, where they are, and the Commercial pair are their biggest challenges at the moment. So side by side, Skibbereen and Commercial in the lanes 2 and 3. But this Skibbereen pair, once they went off the start, they didn't really stride out. They've been racing it like it's a sprint regatta here. Very high rate, powerful in the water, and they have opened up a Clearwater lead over Commercial. So Skibbereen 1, Commercial 2, Castleconnell and St Michael's battling it out there for 3rd and 4th. And the Castleconnell crew maybe a canvas lead over the crew from St Michael's as they come up towards the 1,000 metre mark. still Skibbereen. They're motoring on here and pushing on. A little bit of an adjustment from the crew, from Commercial, from the umpire on their steering. They're also rating very high here in this pairs race. So Skibbereen and Commercial, very high rates but powerful in the water, and they're pushing away now from the St. Michael's and Castleconnell crews as they come up towards, they'll be coming into view. About 750 metres to go. It's still Skibbereen in lane number 2, leading ahead of Commercial, ahead then of Castleconnell and St. Michael's, some bit back in 3rd and 4th. So dominating straight off at the start has been this Skibbereen pair. Commercial have done their best in the middle of the course to stay in touch with them. A number of pushes, they've taken the rate up, and they're going again now as I look at them, and they're trying to do their best to get back in touch with this Skibbereen pair, but they look like they're in control. Umpire just giving them a little bit of a steer there to make sure that they're staying in their lane. It's still Skibbereen, 500 metres to go in the men's Junior 19 pair. Skibbereen leading from Commercial, ahead of Castleconnell and St. Michael's in 3rd and 4th. Just getting ready to hand them over to you in the final of the men's Junior 19 pairs. It's Skibbereen in 1st place, leading from Commercial as they approach the 500 to go.
So 500 metres just through that 1500 metre point, 500 to go, 450 now at this point. Skibbereen, Junior 19, Coxless pairs. As Richie said, the Skibbereen crew blasted off, never just kept it going. Reminds me of their lightweight pair from a couple of years ago, World Championship pair, the way they rode it. And they possibly decided to go like that, and it's working for them. They're out to about 2.5 lengths now from Commercial, and they start building for the line very shortly now at about 350 metres to go. So Skibbereen looks like it's theirs, but it's still a bit to go. Anything can happen in a Coxless pair. There's so much to do. It's one of the hardest boats to row, technically, steering, the whole lot. So Skibbereen lead the way here, about 2-3 lengths from Commercial. Then there's a good distance back to the Castleconnell crew on the near side and St. Michael's. St. Michael's possibly moved into 3rd position now, but there's no doubt about it. About 250 metres to go. Skibbereen, I'd say the two boys are smiling now. They know they've got it. They just need to take it home. Commercial attacking them, throwing everything at them. They're going to run out of water here, and they don't seem to be making an impression. As Skibbereen now just keeping it together, just taking it for the line, about less than 10 strokes. Men's Junior 19, Cox's pair, Championship of Ireland. Skibbereen take it up to the line. It's theirs. Oh yes, just about now. Yeah, they're okay. They're over the line. It's theirs from Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. That's the 1-2. St. Michael's coming up in 3rd position, and Castleconnell both coming up in 4th position. So it's Skibbereen winning that race, men's Junior 19 Cox's pairs. We now have the men's Junior 18 Cox's pairs final, 6-boat final. I'll let Rich hand over to Richie now shortly, and he'll give you the lineup.
So we're just making our way back up to the start here for the final of the men's Junior 18 pair. Again, a 6-boat race here. They raced earlier on today in heats. The lineup is lane 1 Shannon, lane 2 Clostignoi, lane 3 Castleconnell, lane 4 Presentation, lane 5 St. Joseph's, and lane 6 Enniskillen. This is the final of the men's Junior 18 pair. We're just at the going through the 500 metre mark, and we'll come up on this race shortly. They're still on the starting lineup, down to the last 4 races of day 1 of our championship regatta. Next up after this Junior 18 pairs race will be the final of the men's Club 4. the final of the men's senior double, and also the final of the women's intermediate 8. Those crews all making their way up to the start. They're behind the bridge here in the holding area. The tension mounting for the last few races of the regatta. The finishing off with always great to finish with the 8th race and a 6-boat final in the women's intermediate 8. That's going to be between DULBC, Galway, NUIG, UCD, Shandon and Bank. So very much looking forward to closing out the day with the final of the women's intermediate 8. Just before that, we'll have the men's senior double between Skibbereen UL and UCC, the men's Club 4 race. But just underway now is the final of the men's junior 18 pair. We had 2 heats earlier on with 3 crews qualifying from each of the heats. And just a reminder of the lineup: it is Shannon in lane 1, Glasheg Noid in lane number 2, Castleconnell in lane 3, Presentation in lane 4, St. Joseph's lane 5, and Enniskillen in lane number 6. So the umpires launch tucked right in behind these men's junior 18 pairs as they come up on about 150. The white flag is out, so a lot of the crews needing a little bit of help with their steering here. And we just wait as they approach us here. I can see it is on Enniskillen and Glasheg Noid. They look like the leading crews, as well as Castleconnell. So just coming up towards us, it is the crew from Glasheg Noid leading ahead of Presentation and Enniskillen. They look like the 1, 2 and 3, and then it is St. Joseph's, Castleconnell and Shannon back in 3rd, 4th and 5th. 500 metre mark just coming up now, and this looks like it's going to be a fantastic race. Oh, a crab there from the Glasheg Noid crew, but they've recovered well, and they were leading. Let's see, I still think that they have a lead. It's between Glasheg Noid and Presentation, and on the far side from me, nearest to you in lane number 6, Enniskillen. They look like the 1, 2 and 3, and Shannon, Castleconnell and St. Joseph's back in 4th, 5th and 6th. Through 500 metres in the final of the men's junior 18 pair. Glasheg Noid and Presentation, they look like the 1 and 2, Enniskillen staying in touch in 3rd. Shannon, Castleconnell and St. Joseph's 4th, 5th and 6th, and that Shannon pair are settling into a nice rhythm now, and they might come back into contention for the first 3 spots here in the final of the men's junior 18 pair. Some great encouragement on our side from people on the bank watching this pairs race coming down, and 750 gone. It looks like 2 crews now battling it out at the start, and the lead, and it's Glasheg Noid in Presentation. Another crowd from the Glasheg Noid stroke, so that's a bit of a bold stopper there, and that has pushed them back into 2nd place, and the crew from Presentation now taking up the lead. So that's unfortunate for the Glasheg Noid pair. Let's see if they can recover, get their composure back, because when they get going, it looks like they are the fastest crew, and without those 2 instances that they had, I'd say they would actually be leading, but the Presentation pair have capitalised on the mistake from Glasheg Noid, and Presentation are now leading just about a canvas over a canvas. Presentation from Glasheg Noid, Enniskillen in 3rd, Shannon in 4th, ahead of Castleconnell in 5th and St. Joseph's in 6th, in this final of the men's junior 18 pair. Glasheg Noid recovering well now as they come through the 1,000 metres. They're rowing nice and steady. If they can hold on to this, they might be able to push back on the Presentation pair. But Presentation rowing very well, winners of their heat earlier on this morning, and they look like they're nice and relaxed and composed in their race. Glasheg Noid bowman glancing over, seeing where they are as they come through, well through a 1,000 metre mark in the final of the men's junior pair. Still Presentation leading, ahead of Glasheg Noid, and the Shannon pair now moving into 3rd place ahead of Enniskillen. Castleconnell and St. Joseph's just back in 5th and 6th at the moment, and it looks like the Presentation pair are pushed on again. Let's see what kind of a finish the Glasheg Noid pair can put in. They had those 2 little bit of a speed wobble, speed bumps earlier on, and I think it's thrown them out of their rhythm a little bit. And Presentation have capitalised on that. And middle of the course in lane number 4, they are leading this final of the men's junior 18 pair. And the crews now from Closhignoid in second, and Shannon and Enniskillen battling it out for third and fourth. And the Shannon pair, nice second half of the race here from Shannon, and they're going to put Closhignoid under some pressure coming in towards the enclosure. 500 metre mark is in sight. A lot of looking around from the Closhignoid crew. The bowman looking over at Presentation. Presentation, eyes down the centre of the course. They're rowing their own race here in lane number 4 in the final of the men's junior 18 pair. There's less than half a length separating first and second. The Presentation pair have been steady as a rock throughout the race, and they're still leading. Closhignoid, let's see what kind of a finish they can put in. Just coming through 500, getting ready to hand over to you in the final of the men's junior 18 pair. It is in lane number 4, leading Presentation ahead of Closhignoid in second place. Shannon in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the final men's junior 18 pair as I hand over to you at the finish.
Men's junior 18 pairs, Coxless pairs. In the middle of the course there now, you can see the Pres Cork crew leading the way here. Closhignoid though haven't gone away after their couple of mishaps. If they can just put it together now, they can attack them, which I believe they are doing now. There's probably only a length between these first two crews, and then Shannon over on the far side in lane 1. That's the 1, 2, 3. We concentrate on that for a minute. Enniskillen in 4th. So Pres Cork, and I believe Closhignoid now are coming right back on them. We've got a race on here. About 250 metres to go. 35 odd strokes. Pres Cork in the middle on the near side. Closhignoid, the Jazz from Galway, attacking them, hunting them down. This is a great race now. I believe they are level as they come into view. Pres Cork absolutely hanging on, looking over. The stroke man looks over. They've got out to half a length again now as they come right up to about 150 metres to go. But Pres Cork are stretched out again. They've got out to nearly a length again. What a response from them. They are moving on towards the line. Pres Cork now have absolutely lifted this. What a tremendous response as they come up to the line. Pres Cork take it from the Jazz, from the Bishop Galway. What a great race. Enniskillen coming home third. Shannon third rather. Enniskillen fourth. Castleconnell. Well done, Pres Cork. Men's junior 18 Coxless pairs final. So after that win by Pres Cork, we're going to head back up to Richie now. We've got 3 races left. Men's Club Cox 4 final. Richie.
We're just winging our way back up now for this next race, the final of the men's Club 4. Sammy Sunshine has joined us up here at the start. Very blue skies. Only in Ireland could you go to a regatta and be in danger of getting pneumonia and sunstroke in the same day. So very much a change in conditions compared to this morning and this afternoon's racing. 3 races left, the men's Club 4, the men's senior double, and that women's intermediate 8 to round off day 1 of our 3-day regatta. Next up is the men's Club 4. These crews would have raced already in the heats earlier on, and we have a 5-boat final dominated here with 4 of the universities taking up 4 of the spots. In lane 2 we have UL, in lane 3 UCDB, lane 3 DUBC, lane 4 Skibbereen, and lane UCDA in lane 6. So 5-boat final in the men's Club 4. After this we have a 3-boat final in the men's senior double between Skibbereen, UL and UCC, and that women's intermediate 8 race as well coming up to round off the day. So we're just up now at about 250 metres to go. The crews are lined up for this men's Club 4 final. University of Limerick, UCDB, Trinity, Skibbereen and UCDA. 5 boats lined up for the final of the men's club 4. This is going to be fast and furious off the start. We're just waiting for the starter to get them underway in our third last race of the day here in the men's club 4. So the umpire's launch is just getting in behind them there. They're on the start, not quite underway just yet. So just a reminder, 5 boats contesting here the final of the men's club 4. Cox boats in lane number 2, it's University of Limerick. Lane 3, University College Dublin B. Lane 4, Trinity. Lane 5, Skibbereen. And lane 6, UCD-A. So a couple of supporters up here on the bridge to cheer the crews off of the start. And throughout the course here on the far side we have a number of spectators as well. And it's good for that middle of the course racing to have some encouragement in the roundup before they get into that home stretch for the 500 coming in towards the enclosure. We're just getting ready here for the men's club 4, Cox 4 final. These 5 crews are on the state boats. And the starter is just getting them ready now. Just a reminder, this is 5 boat final between UL in lane number 2, UCD-B in lane number 3, centre of the course will be Trinity in lane 4, Skibbereen in lane 5, and then UCD-A in lane number 6. And they're just underway, so we are just on the 250 metre mark. We're going to see these crews come up and I can give you the updates on how the start is going. All crews, of course, looking for a nice clean start to get into their rhythm. And to lengthen out then and do that middle of the course race. Plenty of pushes to stay in contention or push out into clear lead in the final of the men's club 4. As to be expected, there's very little between the crews coming through 150. Just hear the Cox's encouragement. And just coming up now on about 300 metres gone, it's UCD-A leading ahead of Trinity and Skibbereen. They look like the 1, 2 and 3 with UL in 4th place and the other UCD-B crew in 5th place in this final of the men's club 4. Women's intermediate 8's just passing the crews here now as our club 4's race comes up to the 500 metre mark. Ideal conditions here for the crews. Slight tailwind, not favouring any of the crews particularly, and just about a length separating all 5 crews coming through 500. Great race here in prospect for the men's club 4 final. Trinity now putting on a bit of a push, centre of the course, and it is Trinity just coming up on 500. Trinity leading from UCD, Skibbereen in 3rd, and the UL crew now in lane 2 putting on a push and staying in touch. So they're pushing up into 3rd place now ahead of Skibbereen. So it is centre of the regatta course in lane number 4, Trinity, just about a canvas lead over UCD-A in lane number 6. And now UL putting pressure on UCD. It's the UL crew. We're getting into a nice stride here, and they're staying in touch with Trinity for 2nd place ahead of UCD, with Skibbereen, who got off to a great start, now pushing back a little bit into 4th place, and the 2nd UCD crew in 5th. They've gone through about 750. It's Still Trinity leading from UCD and UL. The stroke of the UL boat just having a little look over, making a call, glancing over his shoulder to tell his crew, and they are putting a push on now for UL. They've realised that now's the time to push on. Trinity going with them. So still Trinity, they're opening up at about a half a length lead now over UL in second place, UCD in third, and then it is Skibbereen and the other UCD crew back in fourth and fifth. 1,000 metre mark is going to be coming in sight for these guys, and UL pushing on again, and they are pushing on from UCD. So UL now in second place ahead of UCD, and UCD and Skibbereen are in danger of losing touch with first and second at the moment. But Central, of course, leading this after a very good 500. It is the Trinity crew, but they still only have about half a length lead over UL as we go through 1,000 metres. These two crews now are opening up a lead over fourth, fifth and sixth, and the UCD Skibbereen crews are some way back. So let's see how this UL crew can handle the second half of the race. They're rating higher than Trinity, so they're putting a bit of a push on here, going through 750, but Trinity still maintaining a lead here in the final of the men's club 4. Trinity and UL have opened up clear water over the crews from Skibbereen and UCD back in 4th, 5th and 6th. And this UL crew are motoring on nicely here in lane number 2 in the final of the men's club 4. But Trinity, they glance over to the right from the Trinity stroke, and they can see the danger that is there from UL. UL looking nice and racy here. Power rowing from them, rating a couple of pips higher than Trinity. And if they can maintain this, it looks like the UL crew are coming right back on Trinity here and pushing on into the last 500. This is the final of the men's club 4, and as we get ready to hand over to you at the 500 metre mark, it is Trinity just about a canvas, half a canvas lead over UL, but UL are pushing them all of the time here in the men's club 4, getting ready to hand over for the last 500. It's Trinity leading from University of Limerick, with UCDB now moving into third place as we hand over to the last 500.
So DUBC leading the way here now in the men's club Cox 4 final championship. Out in front there in the centre, but it's a very close race now as University of Limerick on the far side try to attack, and there's probably, looking at it from here, about a half a length in it. Great race now as it unfolds towards us. It's these two crews, I would say, looking like University of Limerick now are coming up almost level, maybe not quite sure until it unfolds with GUBC. Dublin University Boat Club just about hanging on for University of Limerick on the far side. UCD in third position. We concentrate these two crews now. This is the final, the men's Cox 4, Club Cox 4. DUBC, are they going to hang on? Look at University of Limerick on the far side. They are absolutely flying it now. It's probably University of Limerick now pushed out to a slight lead as they come up to about less than 20 strokes to go for the line. University of Limerick from DUBC heading towards the line. University of Limerick got a canvas now, out to a canvas as they charge up over 40 strokes per minute. University of Limerick take this one over the line from DUBC. That's the 1-2, followed by UCD. What a fantastic race. Well, as University of Limerick take that title of men's club Cox 4s, I'm going to hand it back now to Richie, and we've got a nice race coming up now. Richie, tell us who's in the senior double sculls final.
Yeah, you won that forward race just before I break.
very exciting race there in the final of the men's Club 4 between UL and Trinity. Well done to UL for that win. And next up, two more races left on the programme for today. The men's senior double between Skibbereen, UL and UCC is the next race. And we're winging our way up to the start to pick that one up. And then after that we're going to have that great way to close out day one of the championship regatta, the women's intermediate A final between Trinity, Galway, NUIG, UCD, Shandon and Ban. So very much looking forward to the women's intermediate A. But next up, it is going to be the men's senior double between Skibbereen, UL and UCC. And they're just on this safe boats here now as we come up to 500 metre mark, and we're going to come up as close as we can to get the action here in the men's senior double. So very much a different regatta here this evening compared to the racing we had earlier on. And let's hope the weather plays ball with us for the next 2 days as well. So good news is the race is underway in the men's senior double. They've just got off the safe boat, so we're going to pick them up shortly here. And a reminder that it is a 3-boat race in the men's senior double between Skibbereen, UL and UCC. They're racing in lanes 3, 4 and 5, so centre of the course. And when they come up to us, we'll be able to give you the lineup of how they're doing coming through the first few hundred metres. We're just at about 450 metres here, and you can see the crews are still getting into their start and race pace, pushing on. This is going to be a very competitive race here between Skibbereen, UL and UCC. And centre of the course, it looks like UL leading here ahead of Skibbereen and UCC at the moment as they come up to about 400 metres gone. It's the UL double leading ahead of Skibbereen and UCC, but just about a length separating the three crews as they come through now. 500 metres coming up shortly in our second last race of the day here. So just a length separating first, second and third, and it's still got off to a very nice clean start has been the crew from UL, but settling into the rhythm now is the crew from Skibbereen, nearest to us, who are now moving into the lead. They're passing out UL and the crew from UCC. So a lot of our international athletes here. Great to see them competing at the national championships over the next couple of days. And again, gone through 500 metres, coming up on 600 metres gone, and there's still less than half a length separating these three doubles, Skibbereen, UL and UCC. The UL double, who got off to the great start, they're now settling in, but they're in third place, and it is the double from Skibbereen in lane number 3, leading. So Paul O'Donovan stroking this boat, winner of the lightweight single earlier on. Fintan McCarthy in the bow seat, they're the 1 and 2, ahead of UCC. But again, just half a length separating them. UL now moving back a little bit off the pace in the final of the men's senior double. 750, 800 gone. And the crew from Skibbereen, slightly higher rate from Skibbereen compared to the crew from UCC, but very little between them. Still just barely half a length separating first and second, with UL some way back now. Open water between them in third. So it's lane 3 and lane 5, Skibbereen and UCC. Battling it out. 1,000 metre mark. We've just gone through it. And very little still between the two crews. Skibbereen just putting in a push here at the 1,000 metre mark, looking to try open up a little bit of a lead here over UCC, but very little between them. The UCC rate is slightly lower, a bit more laboured compared to the Skibbereen, racing very nicely, but again very little between them. Maybe 3/4 of a length now. Skibbereen opening up over UCC, with the UL crew back Clearwater in third place. 750 to go. These rowers will be very familiar with the regatta course here, having trained here for so long. So they know all the markers, they know the trees, where the bank comes in. That'll give them a good idea of how long is left in this race as they come up to about 700 metres left. Little glance from the UCC barman over to the Skibbereen crew to see where they are, and the UCC crew now lifting, and they are pushing back on the Skibbereen crew. And the final of the men's senior double, still just half a length separating them as they come up to the 500 metre mark. We're going to get ready to hand over to you at the finish. In the final of the men's senior double, centre of the course, it is Skibbereen leading half a length to UCC, and UL in third in the men's senior double as they get ready to run out into the finish in our second last race of the day. It's Skibbereen from UCC.
So coming into view now, three-boat final, men's senior double sculls. Skibbereen leading the way. The crew names I have here, and I presume they're on board, is Gary O'Donovan and Fintan McCarthy. That's the names I've got, and they lead the way from the UCC crew, Paul O'Donovan and Ronan Byrne. So that's the 1-2, and least not mentioning James O'Donovan and Alex Keelan from University of Limerick in amongst all these guys. So as we head into about 450 metres to go, Skibbereen leading the way here, the two lightweights, Fintan McCarthy, Gary O'Donovan from University College Cork, Paul O'Donovan and Ronan Byrne. Is there a big charge on from the UCC boat? Are they going to absolutely go after them here now with about 200 metres to go? Are they going to run out of water? Are these two guys going to take it up and go? I think they are. They're going to absolutely charge at them here. We could be in for a right end of a race. Top guys as they head in. Look at this entertainment we're getting down here in Inniscarra. Men's double sculls, Skibbereen holding on desperately as it unfolds in front of us now with about less than 15 strokes to go. Heading for the line. Look at this. O'Donovan and Byrne pushing all the way. Can they catch them? Will Skibbereen hold on? Over the line now, just a couple of strokes. Whoa, we'll have to wait for the final judge there, but Skibbereen from University College Cork. Fantastic race. And as University of Limerick coming in third position. So as the final of the men's senior double sculls. What a fantastic finish there. Skibbereen just about rolled off University College Cork. We're now heading up for the final race of today, the first day of racing here, the women's intermediate eights, and I'll hand you over to Richie to give you the line-up now. We'll be with you shortly.
So nice win there for Skibbereen in the men's senior doubles. I think I got my O'Donovans mixed up, easily done, with the man buns and the beards. I couldn't identify either of them in the line-up. But well done to Skibbereen in the final of the men's senior double. Next up, last race of the day. Great to see a six-boat final in the final of the women's intermediate eight between Trinity Lane 1, Galway Lane 2, NUIG in Lane 3, UCD in Lane 4, Shandon in Lane 5, and Ban in Lane 6.
Just a reminder, the captain's meeting is at 7:30 the 10th. The captain's meeting at 7:30 the 10th.
They will be underway shortly, and we'll be able to give you an update on the women's intermediate 8 final. Some fantastic races today, very close races earlier on. The men's junior 18 single, very exciting finish, a photo finish there. And some great racing here in our second half of the program on day 1 of the championship. Rounding off here with the final of the women's intermediate 8. Very little to go on from the earlier regattas that we have had in the season. With our shortened season, there was a lot of specialty regattas held to try and get as much racing as possible for all the crews that have been training all year. just getting ready now for the final of the women's intermediate age. Three university crews here, Trinity, NUIG and UCD, along with club boats from Galway, Shandon and Ban. They're the 6 boats in the final of the women's intermediate age. Just at the start, waiting to get underway, doing those last few adjustments from the bow and 2 seats to make sure that the bow is pointing perfectly straight down the centre of the lane. Perfect conditions here to close out the day. A nice tailwind, there's flags on the bridge, you can see a nice tailwind coming down, a number of supporters on the bridge as well to get these crews underway. And the umpire is just listing them out and getting them ready to start. This is the women's intermediate age, and I'll remind you of the lineup just as soon as they're off the start. And they're off, let's see, hopefully it's a clean start here for all the crews. The umpire just falling in behind them in the final of the women's intermediate age. Just a reminder of the lineup. In lane number 1 it is Trinity, lane 2 Galway, lane 3 NUIG, lane 4 UCD, lane 5 Shannon and lane 6 Ban. So great way to close out the first day of racing here with a 6-boat final, and there is quite nothing like ace racing to close out day 1. So just coming up on about 250, and it is the crew from Ban leading over Shandon. So Ban and Shandon are the 1 and 2 ahead of the crews from NUIG, Trinity, Galway and UCD. This is the women's intermediate age final, our last race of the day, and they are coming up on the 500 metre mark. And again, very little between the crews, about a length and a half, 2 lengths separating first to 6th, and anything can change. Some crews quicker off the start, and when they get into their racing rhythm, they mightn't be able to stay in touch. And that's what we're seeing there with the UCD crew in lane number 4, centre of the course. They were a little bit further back off the start, but now that they have lengthened out, they have actually taken a lead, and they have about a quarter of a length lead over Ban. So it's UCD from Ban just coming up on 500 now. So it's UCD, Ban, and then the crews from Shandon and NUIG now in 3rd and 4th, and then Galway and Trinity in 5th and 6th. Again, just maybe a length and a half separating all the crews, but UCD, they have now pushed on from that 500 metre mark, and they are 3/4 of a length lead in lane number 4. It's UCD leading from Ban in lane number 6. Beside them in lane 5 in 3rd place is Shandon. They're the 1, 2 and 3. UCD, Ban, Shandon, but NUIG staying in touch in lane number 3. A little bit further back now for Galway and Trinity in lanes 1 and 2. They're 5th and 6th at the moment, but still within touch to make a push to come back into contention here for the centre part of the race. UCD pushing on again now. They're opening up a 1 length lead in the women's intermediate age final. It is UCD. Ban now still holding on to 2nd, but the crew from NUIG putting pressure on Shandon. NUIG looks like they're coming into 3rd place and putting pressure on Ban as they pass out Shandon. Coming up on the 1,000 metre mark, we're going to see what kind of reaction the crews have. It looks unlikely that anyone will be able to get back in contention with UCD, who after that 500 metre mark really pushed on and opened up a clear water lead. Ban pushing back on them now, and with them they're taking Shandon. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and NUIG just pushing back a little bit after that burst that they put on earlier on to try to get back in touch. Very little between 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the final of the women's intermediate age race. Galway and Trinity back in 5th and 6th, a little bit out of touch, but still UCD push on. Little glance over from the stroke to see where the crews from Shandon and Ban are, and they are in control of this race. Centre of the course, fantastic clean rowing from the crew from UCD, and very little then for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between Ban, Shandon and NUIG. Van slight lead over Shandon as they come up towards 750 to go. Basking in the sunshine here, great to see that sunglasses are needed for the second half of this regatta from day one. And it's still UCD pushing on. Van and Shandon pushing them all the time for second and third, and NUIG staying in touch. There's about 700 metres to go in our last race of the day, the final of the women's intermediate 8. It's still UCD dominating this race from 500 metres on, ahead of the crew from Van and Shandon in second and third, and NUIG staying in touch as well. Just getting ready, some encouragement here from the bank on our side as we approach the 500 metres to go, and I'm getting ready to hand over to you for our final race of the day, the final of the women's intermediate 8. Leading centre of the course in lane 4, it is UCD, ahead of Shandon now moving into second place ahead of Van and NUIG. Very little between second, third and fourth for our leaders. Coming up to the enclosure, I'm handing over to you in the final of the women's intermediate 8. It's going to be UCD from Shandon, Van and NUIG. Over to you at the finish.
Women's intermediate 8s coming into view now. UCD lead the way home. They seem to have clear water. University College Dublin looking very strong here now as they all tried to hunt them down over the last 450 metres. UCD leading the way, and it looks like there's a great race on for second and third. So UCD holding off all the opposition. What a great spectacle now as 6 crews approach us, but it's UCD out there in front from NUIG now, who possibly moved up into second position, and Shandon then on the near side with Van and Galway. But it's UCD holding on to that. They've got clear water. They've got about a length and a half of clear water from Shandon on the far side, and there's very little in it between them now and NUIG for that second position. But it's no doubt about it, University College Dublin are striding out here now. There's smiles on their faces. They've got about 10 to less than 15 strokes to take it home. Shandon looking good now for second position there on the inside, with Van chasing down the crew on the other side, NUIG for third. But it's UCD, University College Dublin, taking the women's intermediate 8 title here today on the final race of day 1 of the Championships of Ireland. Well, what a great way to finish off the day, and the sun is out and it's just fantastic, and I hope you all enjoyed day 1 of these championships. We've had quite a lot of wins across all the different provinces today, which is great to see, and some fantastic racing. We've got 2 more days of racing, and you can get the updated timetable on Rowing Ireland's website. But if we can just say thank you, and for all those who tuned in to watch the live coverage, which is year 1 we've done this, and obviously small teething problems, but we're going to get better at it, and it's a great way to be able to watch the racing with the drone and everything, and it's just brilliant. So well done to everybody involved. We look forward to seeing you back watching online or being present here as coaches with your crews tomorrow at Inniscar. As I say, you'll be able to get the updated timetable for tomorrow's racing and Sundays as well. Plenty more to offer. So we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Photos of the crew. Thank you. Hello, Brian. Hey. Yes, please. Yes. Yeah. Huh? Nothing. Yeah. The phone and the power bank. Yeah. Yes. The clown. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
Reminder, the captain's meeting with declarations for tomorrow will take place in the tent in 15 minutes. Just a reminder, the captain's meeting will take place in 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the captain's meeting.